And we are live. Little MMA late night action. I'm going to talk about UFC 313, UFC 314. We had the weigh-ins today, the UFC 314 press conference, and I guess we'll start with that. UFC 314 press conference. I think that main card's looking pretty stacked. I really enjoyed Volkanovski's singing. I feel like that's Volkanovski's hidden talent. Definitely would be a superstar at karaoke. Making fun of Diego Lopez's hair. Another thing with Diego Lopez, I don't understand the hype. I think there's so much hype. Like he's the flavor of the week, Diego Lopez. I've seen his fights. I don't get where all the hype's coming from. You know, I feel like he beat Brian Ortega. I think Brian Ortega had some stuff going on, wasn't the best version of himself. And even then, Brian Ortega's not Volkanovski. Brian Ortega's not a champion. Never been a champion. So I think Lopez is good, but I don't know if he gets past Volkanovski. I think it winds up being an easy night for Volkanovski. But I see a lot of people picking Lopez. I was surprised at the press conference the crowd was so against Bryce Mitchell. What's up, Ali? I'm good. How are you? I was very shocked that the crowd was so against Bryce Mitchell. I feel like Bryce Mitchell went from a fan favorite to talking about Hitler and how he was getting booed out of the building. The guy he's fighting, Gene Silva, has been an entertaining fighter so far, but this is definitely a step up in competition, and I feel like he was the cringiest person at the press conference. Was totally cringy, barking at the crowd, barking at Bryce Mitchell, definitely trying a little bit too hard, seemed a little forced. What are you up to tonight, Ali? But I'm rooting for Bryce Mitchell in that one. Definitely was excited to see Pitbull now that he's finally getting into the UFC. It sucks it's, a little bit too late, but I feel like that's what's happening with a lot of the Bellator guys that were stars. I think we got Chandler in the UFC, a little bit outside of his prime. MVP, a little bit outside of his prime. Now we're getting Patricio Pitbull, a little bit outside of his prime. Very tough debut fight in Yair Rodriguez. Yair looked a lot bigger than him when the two faced off. But that's a good fight. I think Pitbull's game in every fight that he's in. He's definitely tough, durable, but he's getting up there in age. So that's the question mark for Pitbull. I think Paddy Pimblett looked a lot bigger than Chandler, and I feel like I've seen a lot of people picking Chandler. I feel like Paddy Pimblett's always going to get overlooked. I feel like Paddy Pimblett beats Chandler. I don't know what you guys think, but I think Paddy Pimblett is going to fuck Chandler up. I feel like Chandler sat out for the last few years. Hasn't been good for him. Paddy Pimblett's surging, has looked good. Other than the Jared Gordon fight, he's kind of fucked up everybody. I mean, struggled a little bit with an old Tony Ferguson, but what's up, GOAT? How are you today? But I like Paddy Pimblett versus Chandler. I like Paddy Pimblett. Paddy Pimblett grew on me. What's up, Big Nugs? I got Pereira. What are you thinking for the main event? I feel like a lot of people are picking Ankalaev, but Ankalaev's not that grappler. He's not that Islam, Khabib type of grappler. I feel like Pereira is going to get to that calf kick early, get to the straight right hand. Fight timing in Pakistan. You really think you can talk on the champ? Which champ was I talking on? Trey Cream. Also at the 314 presser, we had Jeff Neal's going to fight Carlos Praetis. I think that's going to be a good fight. Praetis definitely had some size on Jeff Neal. You're a clown, Trey Cream. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yes, Jeremiah, I could definitely pray for you. Sorry for your loss with your little cousin. You look like the voice actor for Arthur Morgan. I don't know who that is. Well, oil beef hooked. We do have a problem, Trey, because you're a goofball. I don't know what you're saying. Happy birthday. Sing. Sunday's your birthday. Hope you have a good one. How old are you? Are you a UFC fan? Because that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the UFC 314 press conference that was held today. Everyone was booing Bryce Mitchell. What's up, Amar? And I feel like, at what point can we not just say some stupid shit and kind of get away with it? Like, I feel like Bryce Mitchell, when I listened to what he said, he didn't say anything too crazy about Hitler. And He's getting raked, dragged across the coals now. I'm wearing a McLovin shirt. If you ever seen Superbad, one of the greatest movies ever made. I'm not eating a Madagascar hissing cockroach on live. Sounds like a bad idea. Name one football player to edit. Aaron Rodgers. Uh-oh, we got another Stan. What's up, El Stan? I always appreciate a good Stan. I don't even know what you're writing there. It's a great shirt. So I think I got it at Target or Walmart. They got a lot of good graphic tees. What you gonna say if someone said? I don't know what that means. CSO, chubby incel. You're a goofball, Trey Cream. No mathematics, I would not. Yeah, Bryce Mitchell's legit. I feel like they were booing him so heavily. And then I heard someone say, I forget who, but I heard someone say that he had fans in the crowd, but they were like afraid to cheer. Like almost like now you can't root for Bryce Mitchell because he said some dumb shit, but I like Bryce Mitchell. What's up, Jay Slice? Call him. I don't give a fuck what he says. He's a fucking hillbilly idiot, Bryce Mitchell, but I'm still going to enjoy his fighting. I enjoy his demeanor and his character. I liked when he went into the octagon the one time with the Bible and just yelled freedom. I wear a lot of graphic tees, but luckily I'm not a goofball like you, Trey Cream. Cool graphic tee, Chubbs. Like Connor said, dress your age. You're 40. Dress your age. I'm Trey Cream. My name's Trey Cream. I'm a YouTube troll. Fucking goofball. But we appreciate goofies like you, Trey Cream, because you keep the conversation going. You give me someone to make fun of. But then we'll go back to UFC 314. I thought Bryce Hall looked bigger than Silva. And again, I feel like Silva was pretty cringy. Yair looked a lot bigger than Pitbull. Paddy Pimblett looked a lot bigger than Chandler. Lopez looked like he had on like some lifts or something. He was like a foot taller than Volkanovski. I know Volkanovski's little, but Lopez ain't that big. He had on some big cowboy boots. And I think people are underestimating Volk in that fight. Volk usually finds a way to get it done, as long as you're not Ilya or Islam. So I think he beats Lopez. Volk probably picks apart his legs, sets up his punches. Lopez has power, but I don't know if he's technical enough to get to Volk. But 314 looks stacked. Yes, no Diddy. No Diddy here. No Diddy, Trey Cream. We know that's the type of shit you're into. No Diddy here. None of that. Hopefully we get some Diddy lists soon. I would love to see that shit. I said Bryce Mitchell, dumbass. And if I did say Bryce Hall, I might have, because I was just watching a video. I saw Colby Covington bringing in Bryce Hall to train with them at the at the Apex. Yes, Big D Randy. You're a casual fan grifter. Bro, I forgot more about fighting than you will ever know. I've been following it since UFC 1. Black belt in jiu-jitsu, trained for over 20 years, trained with many UFC fighters, trained all over the country. You are as casual as it gets that you come in and troll MMA chat rooms and chats. Ooh, I don't know about that, Silktown. I see it, though. A lot of people are picking Lopez. I just don't. I'm not on that Lopez bandwagon just yet. If he beats Volk, he'll get my respect at that level that I'm seeing a lot of people give him that respect on. But I'm not in bad shape, Trey Cream. I'd imagine that you're a little bit of a goofy, never trained, never did anything in your life. You got no respect for people. Nobody likes you. Everyone probably thinks you're a loser. You have no friends. Your parents are probably disappointed in you. I'm definitely more athletic than you. Here's the greatest thing about me now getting into content creation. Absolutely would love to fight trolls. So let me know where you're from, Trey Cream. I'm from New York. We can go meet up at a gym, and I will fuck you up. Show you that I'm in way better shape than you. Have a way better fighting ability than you. You're a goofball who trolls on YouTube chats. I'm someone that would fuck you up. What's up, Ryan Bender? I'm chill. I just like trolling back the trolls, so you can tell by how Trey Cream talks. He can't fight, has no friends. Yeah, I trained with a lot of MMA people. Numerous UFC fighters. Grew up in the sport. Taekwondo's legit if you're doing it at a good gym, and then you got to train some other shit, though. But yeah, I did jiu-jitsu from like 13 to 31. It doesn't matter what I look like. Doesn't mean I can't fuck you up. Doesn't mean that you have no skill and you never trained before in your life. Yes, I caught UFC 1 when I was a little kid. It got me hooked. Mike D. Where's your gym that it's not very legit? That's a problem. You always got to find a legit gym. I don't know where you're from, but you could ask people about me. I've trained my whole life. Won rounds from a lot of UFC guys. Submitted some UFC guys. Trained with world champion jiu-jitsu practitioners. Trained with a lot of really good people since I was a little kid. All right, Trey Cream. There's always that one goofy. Yeah, we have a goon. Indeed. His name's Trey Cream. Yeah, I trained with UFC guys pretty much since I first got into the sport. First UFC guy I trained with was an old school UFC guy named Laverne Clark. If you look him up, he's an old school guy. Had some pro boxing. Was around maybe like UFC 20 around then. Yeah, Charlie Zelenoff. Bro, I'll fuck you up and then fuck Charlie Zelenoff up right after. You never trained a day in your life. I could tell by how you talk to people and what you even come on YouTube and try to get into. You're a clown. Where is what video? Pathological liar for some reason. Yeah. Pathological liar. I'm sure, Trey Cream. I don't know who. Oh, that's Barry McCockiner. Bro, you could ask people about me, Trey Cream, but the problem is you don't know anyone to ask because you're nowhere near the sport. You're just some goofy YouTube troll that your own parents think you're a loser. So I think you're a loser. I'm sure most of the people you know think you're a loser. Never did anything in your life. That you're on YouTube trying to troll and bicker with somebody. Again, I'm just trying to talk about some fights. Again, there was the UFC 314 presser, which I was covering a little bit. Then we had the weigh-ins for the fights that are going on tomorrow, UFC 313. Couple little things that I saw at that. Definitely some size discrepancies for a lot of the fights going on. Trey's not onto anything, Ryan Bender. I'd probably fuck you up too. Again, drop where you're from, drop what gym you train at, and let's link up. I'm from New York. I trained at American Top Team in Florida for a few years. I've trained at Kill Cliff before when it was Sanford. I trained at Long Island MMA. I've trained at the Ruka Gym in California. I've trained at Art of Jiu-Jitsu. I've trained at Hensel Gracie's in the city. Shaolin's in the city. No slouch. Eric who? I've met a lot of Erics. Eric. Don't remember a long-haired Eric, but I have met an Eric at American Top Team. Definitely not Stolen Valor. But I appreciate you being a goofy and trying to accuse me of some bullshit like that. Nick Six not from Top Team. Nick Six from Extreme Couture. Never met Nick Six, but I've met Strickland before when I was at Ruka. I met Strickland in 2016, way back in the day, at the Ruka Training Center when he was there. He was actually in between gyms. So you ever hear that story how Strickland's been kicked out of a few gyms? That's funny, Trey. Not a pathological liar. All true. All could be validated simply by having conversations. I plan on interviewing a lot of these people eventually, so Yeah, I'm sure. Gender dysmorphia. Man, you're one of those. Don't try to push your issues on me. That you're a pathological liar with some gender dysmorphia. Um, to be honest, Strickland was alone that day, and Jason Perillo did come up to me and say, like, don't even go near Strickland. Leave Strickland alone. Strickland's that guy. Yep, exactly, Trey Cream. You got me. I only know them in my dreams. No, I do not, Ryan Bender. I haven't fought or done anything in a very long time. I broke my leg and kind of got out of the sport back in 2017. Stayed around the sport, managing people and doing some commentary at events and doing shit like that. Agree to disagree, Trey Cream. You could think what you want. I know what I've done. You're some goofball who's never trained a day in his life. I don't know about that. The UK taking over. UK has been around the sport for a while. They haven't. I think they're always going to lack grappling. They have very good striking. I've gotten Jim Miller comments before. Don't know Jim Miller personally, but definitely not a full-time yapper, capper, liar, but you're a goofy, Trey Cream. You can't fight your way out of a paper bag. Never trained a day in your life. You're just some goofball who comes on YouTube chats to try to troll, and you're not that good at it, unfortunately. Patty's a good grappler, so Patty's an exception. I feel like Patty's not the worst striker. Patty's not the worst striker. I feel like Patty's striking is a little bit underrated. I feel like, what do you think is going to happen with him and Chandler? I think he surprises Chandler on the feet. Like, so Chandler is so crisp in the gym. His hands are always up. He looks tight when he's moving around sparring, hitting pads and shit. But then when he gets in the fight, he just starts swinging from his hips. No defense. Looks like he's not very sharp, but he gets it done. He hasn't gotten it done his last few fights. That was one thing at the press conference. Chandler said, he was like, you could check my resume. I'm proven. It was like, your UFC resume is not that good. Your UFC resume says Patty has a pretty good chance. I think that's a pick 'em. That fight could go either way, but I think Patty has a pretty good chance in that fight. Yes, his stand-up defense, but his chin's pretty good. You got to give him that. I know that the joke is that he always says Scousers don't get knocked out, but his chin has held up so far. I don't even know. I'm trying to think. I don't even think we've seen Paddy Pimblett rocked yet. His chin was definitely high, but durable. I like MMA too, Mickford. But like I was saying earlier, 3-4 team looks stacked. Other than the Jeff Neal Pratis fight, the Pitbull Yair fight, maybe even Pitbull Yair. Like, I think Pitbull Yair has title consequences. I feel like most of those fights have title consequences on the line. I feel like if Paddy Pimblett beats Michael Chandler, he moves up. Like, they can really, if he could beat Michael Chandler, they can really push Paddy Pimblett, no matter how he beats him, too. The dog's passed out, sleeping. And I think Paddy, too, eventually that chin's going to start coming down a little bit in the middle of striking exchanges. Yeah, Darren Till was supposed to be hyped up, but I remember, you ever see that one meme where it was like Darren Till's grappling versus, was it Derek Brunson? And it just showed like a grappling dummy with Darren Till's face. That's what, unfortunately, was the hole in Darren Till's. His grappling was terrible. Like, you ever see that one video, too, where he was training with, what the fuck's his name? Tyson Fury. And Tyson Fury was like, I've done MMA. It's like, bro, you got taken down by Darren Till. We don't claim Darren Till. Yeah, Pitbull's past his prime. Would have been good if he got here a few years ago. He's definitely small for 145, but he's won fights at 155, so he's a dog, Pitbull. But Yair looked way bigger than him. I'm worried for Chandler because he hasn't fought in 2 years. and he's old. He's definitely aged in those 2 years because it's not like they were his prime years. Those were the tail end of his fighting career. No, never trained with Rocky Marciano. But you're a goofy, Trey. Remember that. Always remember that. When you look yourself in the mirror, you're a goofy. You never fought. You never trained. You never nothing. You're just a troll who tries to come in and talk shit on people. And you'd get fucked up in a real fight. Again, drop where you're from, Trey. If you ever come to New York, we could link up, and I will slap the shit out of you. That's my gift to the combat sports community. I will fight trolls. I look forward to one of them finally having the balls to be like, yeah, I'll do it, and let's set something up. You could be the first one, Trey Cream. Let's do it. I will slap the shit out of you. I will teabag you. Chandler finds a way to lose. I think the age is going to be a factor. Hasn't fought in a minute. Yeah, Tyson Fury was talking like he could beat legit UFC fighters when he got ragdolled by Darren Till. Yeah, what's his name got robbed? Francis Ngannou versus Tyson Fury. Imagine how much that would have changed the landscape of combat sports had they given him that decision, which he rightfully deserved. I don't know. I think Volk beats Lopez. I think Pereira beats Ankalaev, but Ankalaev's definitely live. And both of them, Lopez and Ankalaev, were definitely live in those fights. But I worry about Volk because the statistic of you don't win championship fights after the age of 35. And it's something crazy. Like Weili Zhang won that fight against Tatiana Suarez. That was one of the only ones. There's only like 3 or 4 people over the age of 35 who have won championship fights. Did Paige power slap tonight? I didn't see it tonight. I saw the old one, the first one she did. I have a pretty good jab PPV plug. Mike D. I am from Long Island originally. Now I'm far from Rochester, but I'm in like Poughkeepsie. Chandler is definitely not Bobby Green, but even Bobby Green, that was like the worst performance he could have turned in, Bobby Green. Like any one of you guys, if you ever grappled, you can't sit there in a submission. You got to start fighting before the guy starts making adjustments. And for some reason, Bobby Green just fucking sat there and let Paddy Pimblett make the adjustments, get the squeeze on. I'm not the Menace. The Menace was actually Dennis Bermudez, who I used to do the Menace and the Man show with. My name's Stan the Man, so not throwing a jab at the camera, but I appreciate you. But yeah, back to Chandler. He's not Bobby Green, but Bobby Green, that was an abysmal showing by Bobby Green. I feel like Bobby Green's better than that. Just wasn't his night. It was very rough for Bobby Green. I'm a Bobby Green fan, so my old jiu-jitsu coach, Marcos Galvao, former Bellator bantamweight champion, is now Bobby Green's jiu-jitsu coach. He moved out to California, opened a gym. Bobby Green walked in one day, and now Bobby Green's his coach. But he knows how to get out of a triangle, and his grappling's better than he showed, but that shit was fucking trash. I don't know what a DSL is, but yeah, Chandler's fight IQ. And I'm telling you, bro, in the gym, Chandler's fucking good. When you watch Chandler train, you're like, yo, he's fucking crisp and sharp. Once the bell rings, he just he's got rocks in his head. His hands go down. Like in the gym, he's a very high guard and all the combinations are tight. When the fight starts, his chin goes up a little bit. His hands are nowhere near his face. I think Bobby, if you go back and rewatch that fight, Bobby got uncomfortable on the feet because Paddy was timing him a little bit. And then he shot in with a shitty shot. Paddy immediately threw up the triangle and then just made the adjustments quick. I think Paddy surprised Bobby Green with the grappling. Who nearly finished Dustin and Charles? I got Gaethje. I like Gaethje even as an underdog. He already beat Fiziev. And Fiziev's coming off 2 losses too. Granted, Gaethje's loss is a little bit tougher to come back from, but he's taking his time. I'm guessing you're just another goofball troll. I don't know what a DSL is, but Yeah, New York's got really good wrestling. New York's a good wrestling state. I don't know why do what views fluctuate so much. But what fight are you guys looking forward to tomorrow at 3:13? So again, I was looking at the weigh-ins. So a big thing I gauge a lot of fighting off of too is when they do those ceremonial weigh-ins and the guys come face to face, you can kind of see size and the way they're looking at each other, what type of fight it might wind up being from the stare downs. That first fight of the night, the guy Ozzy Diaz looks a lot bigger than Santos, even I feel like Santos is a little bit of the favorite. Um, I don't know, it just fluctuates. People coming in watching live videos. Right now is like doom scrolling time, so that's why I'm making kind of like a late night show where if people find it, if you're an insomniac like myself, you find it, we'll talk about some MMA. If you're a troll, you can come in and try to troll. It's all good. I don't see them fluctuating too much. Oh, I would fucking ragdoll Trey Cream. You could just tell a lot of the times by how people talk and what their hobbies are. Like this dude's hobby is to troll on YouTube for him, on a YouTube video. So you could just tell that he's bitch made, never trained a day in his life, doesn't have a lot of respect for people, has no friends, kind of a clown. Anyone who comes into YouTube videos and tries to like sling insults and calling me stolen valor, like some dumb shit, goofball. And again, this will eventually turn into that. As I build up consistency, it will turn into where you see me post a video of me fighting a troll. I would absolutely fucking love it. It would mean that all of my training in my lifetime went to good use. That I get to fuck up a troll and check somebody for being a goofball. Yeah, I said that I trained with a lot of UFC fighters and used to win some rounds from some UFC fighters and just grew up around the sport, and he started saying that I have stolen valor, that I never won any rounds against anybody or anything like that. But you know how people are. Practice versus Neil's definitely a tough test, but Neil's like one of those enigmas. It depends on what Jeff Neal you get. Jeff Neal has like shit going on in his personal life. He comes in, he's not that good. But when Jeff Neal's on, Jeff Neal's fucking good. Jeff Neal's really good. I like Canelo the most. Yeah, Canelo's good. Canelo's a dog. That's why Canelo wins people over. Um, yeah, so, I mean, again, I try not to fight anybody, but if you're a troll and you keep pushing me, like it's happened to me in real life too, I'll try to talk my way out of street fights. Like, you win, I'm good, I don't want to fight with you, but if you keep going, you'll get me to that point where, yeah, I'll more than happily fight somebody. I started boxing when I was 7. I wrestled a few years in high school. I started doing jiu-jitsu when I was 13. Found Muay Thai, Dutch kickboxing, all those type of things as I got older, and I trained 4, 5, 6 days a week for 20 years. Yeah, none of them will take me up on it, but I'm gonna keep pushing at it. Pay-per-view plug. I'll find one eventually. I get them every video, every time I go live, so I'll get one eventually. I have a lot of amateur fights. Unfortunately, I never made it to the pro ranks because of injuries and just life gets in the way. But I used to be a sparring partner and a training partner for a lot of really good guys that fought in the UFC, championship boxing fights. Like I've trained with a lot of really good people, jiu-jitsu champions, shit like that. But it's not about what I did. I just like talking about fighting. But when someone starts challenging me or questioning my take on things, I have a little bit of experience. So yeah, Ben versus Eubank should be good. But I'm telling you, bro, I'm gonna get a troll eventually. I will definitely get some trolls to link up. What's up, Anuj? 313 co-main prediction. I think Gaethje wins. I think Gaethje won the first fight. I do worry about age. So Gaethje, I think, is 36 or 37, and Fizayev's 33. But Fizayev's lost 2 in a row. Gaethje's lost 1 in a row, and it was a bad loss, but he's already beat him. And it was a good fight, but I think you can't sleep on Gaethje. Even though he lost his last fight, I feel like Gaethje is always game. He's always ready to win. He's the dog. He's not done yet. Terrence Crawford supposedly is going to fight Canelo. That's the one thing that I did worry about. Gaethje and Fiziev, that they have already fought. They might fight. Is he 30, 31? Yeah, so he's still young. Gaethje, I know, is like 35 or 36. He's getting up there in age, so you start to worry about a guy when he gets that old. Not like what he's capable of. So right here on Tapology, Fiziev is 32. Gaethje's 36. So Fiziev's arguably still in his prime. Gaethje's on the tail end of it. But I worry about that they already fought each other. They might fight smart. It might wind up being a little bit of a boring fight. Oh, the back's always fucked up, Jay Slice. I appreciate you asking, but I got the heating pad on it. Trying to just relax, let it rest up. But yeah, I worry about that fight, that it could be a little bit of a tactical battle, but I feel like both those guys are bonus-worthy performances or fight of the night type guys every fight, so they'll get there. I've talked about it all the time, Silktown. Live fights are fucking amazing. Anywhere. Usually with the atmosphere, the crowd, live fights are amazing. Unless you're at the UFC in Atlantic City. Like I talked about this last time I was live. I've been to a lot of UFC events, but the UFC in Atlantic City was the most fights I've ever seen in the crowd. There was at least 10 fights in the crowd, and like good fights. Like the arena stopped watching the fights in the cage and completely turned to watch the fights in the crowd. I think Van could win, but I'm leaning towards Tassara. Tassara looked bigger than him at the weigh-ins, but Van's good. Van has the more proven experience. I have interviewed Bilal. Bilal's a good dude. So Bilal used to live in Milwaukee when he trained at Rufu Sport in an apartment with Jared Gordon. So I've interviewed both of them at the same time and interviewed them both separately. We always had a good time with Bilal. We always laughed with Bilal. That's why I don't understand why Bilal gets so much hate. But I guess he says some cringy shit every now and then. But Bilal's a good dude. When I've met Bilal in person, he was very respectful, very cool. I think he's really funny. If you ever watched his show, and even that, if you ever go back and you watch the old episodes when we had Bilal on, we used to die laughing with Bilal. Bilal's fucking funny. Bilal's got a good sense of humor. He could take jokes about himself as well as dish them out. And then that too, like you just said, when he's making fun of Usman, I feel like he kind of turned that switch a little bit and became more of a character when he started making fun of people and started kind of speaking his mind a little bit more. But if you watch some of the old interviews we did with Bilal, he was like that. He used to always talk shit about. So at one point, they put Bilal in the rankings. This is back in the day. They put Bilal at number. Remember that time that Leon Edwards refused to fight Khamzat or didn't fight Khamzat, and they took Leon Edwards out of the rankings, and then they put Leon back in at one point. Like he didn't even fight. They just put him back in. They took him out, and they put Bilal in. So him and Leon Edwards was on Bilal's radar for a while, even I think before Bilal was on Leon Edwards' radar. But they took Leon Edwards out of the rankings and they bumped Bilal up into the top 15. And he was like, I'm in the top 15. This is amazing. And then they put Leon back in. They kicked Bilal right out of the top 15. And he was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, what'd you even put me in the rankings for? Just to give me that little thrill of feeling like I got somewhere. But he's short. He's definitely not that big. But he's thick. He's fucking jacked, bro. If you ever meet Bilal in person, he looks like a brick shithouse. I met him at the UFC. I met him in 2019 at the UFC when Henry Cejudo fought TJ Dillashaw. He was on that undercard. I forget who he fought. Yeah, if you're coming from that part of the world, anywhere, the UK, Ireland, anything, and you're not Conor McGregor, you're boring. They don't like you. Like Paddy Pimblett's a little bit Conorish, has a personality. Connor's obviously Connor, but Leon Edwards is a little bit bland compared to those guys. So that's why I think he didn't really cross over the way he could have. I think Leon Edwards should have came over and been like a fucking thug. Like that's his background apparently, is he's like a fucking gangbanger. He should have came over with a little bit more of that. Should have came out to like the John Cena Thug Life entrance music, and he probably would have resonated more with the American crowd. But he came over with the accent and being respectful, so they weren't into it. Who's very good, not entertaining? Bilal. He fights smart, Bilal. And grappler, Khabib wasn't entertaining on the way up. He got entertaining when the fights meant a lot. And it was like, oh shit, he's out grappling this guy. When that style is on the come up, it's not that entertaining. But when the fights mean more, like have bigger ramifications if he wins, then it's like, holy shit, I can't believe he's ragdolling this guy. He's doing it. Asian messages or Asian massages? Arnold Allen, too. I feel like him, too. He's just not captivating the U.S. fans or even the world fans. He's very respectful. But, yeah, he's good, Arnold Allen. I did see tonight that they were saying Arnold Allen was supposed to fight Pitbull. And Arnold Allen, I guess, got hurt or pulled out of the fight or something happened where Arnold Allen is not in the fight. And it wound up being, what's his name? Yair. And Pitbull also said that the fight was offered to Aljamain and that Aljamain turned it down. So Aljamain's not turning down fights for fear or anything like that. He definitely either had something going on, an injury, or just didn't want to fight Pitbull, wanted something better. It might have been the date that didn't work out. I don't think UK people are boring at all. Just yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think they're just not translating to the American crowd. You're not Conor. If you're not Conor, you're just not going to translate. Like Darren Till was translating a little bit because he was funny. Darren Till built up a pretty big audience because he was funny. Yeah, I think Pitbull's going to struggle in the UFC. He's not a big 45er, so. But he's tough. He's durable. He's got good jiu-jitsu. He has a chance to win some fights, Pitbull. Not post-fight, but the UFC 314 presser, he did say to, what's his name? He was like, I got a question. He asked his own question at the press conference, and he was like, Volkanovski, me and you talked about me, and he obviously said it in Brazilian, but they translated it. He said that him and Volkanovski were going to make a bet for $1 million if they ever fought, and he was like, if I win this fight, can we make that bet? And Volkanovski was like, win this fight. And that's a legit thing. If he walks through Yair, probably gets a fight that could get him a title shot. I don't know if he gets a title shot beating Yair, but yeah, fighting at 37 at any weight is tough, unless it's heavyweight or light heavyweight. But I think he was just available. There's definitely some good fights they can make. Him versus Yair is a banger. That should be a good one, him versus Yair. Yeah, Aljo's legit. Aljo's so underrated. I've always heard from everyone I know that I've trained with Aljo way back in the day. But I've always heard from so many people around his weight how good he is, and I've never heard people be like, yeah, I fucked Aljo up. Remember that one dude said that he was clowning like he got the better of Aljo, but then, what's his name? The really ugly fucking guy. The Chiwiwis guy said that he was like, I beat up Aljo, and then he finally came out and said like, oh no, we grappled and I did okay against him. But he was trying to make it like he got the better of Aljo. Not a lot of people get the better of Aljo. Aljo's really good. Yeah, Raul Rojas. Ugliest fucking fighter in combat sports. That dude, I'm rooting for him. I'm really rooting for Raul Rojas because I don't know how he's going to get bitches otherwise if he's not successful. Who's most far Movsar going to lose a split decision to? I thought he lost to Aljo. But Aljo gave that fight away with one bad scramble at the end of the third round. But even still, I thought he controlled most of the third round. Arnold Allen's brother is one of the strongest in the world. Is he really? That's crazy. I never heard that. Who lost to Arnold Allen? Mosvar? I don't really remember that fight. Raul Rosas just needs to keep winning. If he wins, he'll be able to pull hot chicks, and if he has a social media following and money, he'll be good. But if that dude didn't have money, was losing fights, and just he's not going to pull no bitches. That guy looks like a fucking little kid drew him with a crayon. ugliest, and I'm not hating him. Everyone can agree with me. He's not no homo. He's no Diddy. He's not a good-looking guy. He looks fucking weird. I remember the first time I saw him, I was like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck is that? He looks fucking weird. I don't really remember the Allen versus Mosvar fight. That happens sometimes. I always use, if you look at, it's in boxing, but Daniel Dubois knocked out, what's his name? Usyk, and they called it a low blow, but it was on the belt. It should have been a legal shot, and they called it a low blow, but he knocked Usyk out with a body shot. I watch some regional MMA. I'm from New York, so regional MMA here is pretty good. We have Ring of Combat, CFFC. There's some good shows regional in New York. And I'll pay attention to some of the other regional events, but it depends. It's got to be like a good fight. Yeah, he TKO'd Usyk, and they gave him a low blow. I know of Cage Warriors. You're talking about the one in overseas in the UK, where Connor came from, Patty came from. I've never really watched it, but I've watched fights from it, but I don't watch them live. I'll go back and watch some of the guys. I've gone back and watched some Patty fights, some Connor fights. They're a legit show. They're definitely a really good feeder league for the UFC. Octagon, I do not watch Octagon, but some kid that I am friends with or follow on TikTok always posts their content. Ilya, a lot. If you look at the Cage Warriors champion lineage, there's a lot of them that made it to the UFC and had success. Ilya, I think Ilya is so fucking good. Like, for you to beat Volkanovski and Max like that when no one else has, you're good. Like I talked about it last time I was live. A lot of people were going out saying, "Oh no, Ilya was offered a fight, or Islam was offered a fight." There was never a fight offer of any kind yet between those two, and it was only Islam's management that said they want Ilya to win a fight at 55 before they give him a title shot, simply because when they beat Volkanovski twice, they got so much flack for beating a featherweight. But I think Ilya should get an instant title shot. KSW has a really good show as well. They've put a lot of guys in the UFC. If I'm not mistaken, that's where Blachowicz is from. Yeah, Ilya is definitely game for Islam. I think that's where he needs to go immediately, is right to a title shot versus Islam. Like, if you watched, like, people just always make up shit. I see so many people like the Jesse on Fire types that say, like, oh, this fight was offered and that never happened. Nothing was offered yet. Nothing was turned down yet. Nothing. Rizvan publicly stated, not that anything was offered, but that they think that Ilya should fight somebody at 155 before they give him a title shot. They never said anything was offered. They never said they turned anything down. Nothing like that. You know, talking heads, like people who make fucking TikToks and clickbait shit, like to always say that, oh no, this fight was offered and it was turned down, and these people turned down, and it's so stupid sometimes. That's the problem with a lot of the journalists or MMA media. There's no integrity in it. No integrity whatsoever. Dustin survived 4 rounds. Dustin's good, though. You can't sleep on Dustin. 4 rounds is enough time for Ilya to fight. I do think Ilya is a little... Dustin's a dog, though. You can't really say someone's tougher than Dustin, but you can kind of say maybe they're more skilled. I think Ilya might be more skilled than Dustin. Better grappler, crisper striking. Yeah, Dustin's good. People sleep on Dustin a little bit, and then they look at his losses and they're like, oh, he's losing to the best guys in the world. He beats the guys to get to that fight, and then he loses to the best guys in the world. Yes, and Ilya's from that part of the world. He's from that area of the world where your grappling is usually your strong suit, and you just have it like in your DNA to take to grappling. And they say he's a grappler first, who got his boxing better and his striking better, and that's just kind of what took over because he has knockout power. And if you watch him, he doesn't look like, you could say, like a Chandler or A lot of these guys, Daniel Cormier even, like wrestlers who find striking, Ilya looks like a striker. He looks like his striking's very solid. Ilya was easily taken down. He wasn't easily taken down by Bryce Mitchell. Maybe he got taken down, but he also fucked Bryce Mitchell up. You can't leave that part out. You're going to get taken down. You're going to get hit. You're going to get caught with some shit. It matters what happened at the end. Dustin got knocked out by a head kick. Yes, Dustin got caught. Everyone gets caught. Ilya could have got knocked out by that head kick. It's a game of inches. He did eat that shit, though. And that was up at 55, him versus Jai Herbert. All right, I see your argument. Ilya could be tougher than Poirier, but nah, Poirier's tough. It's a game of inches when you're getting hit on the chin. You know, you can get hit right here and be okay. Right here, it knocks you out. I feel like I'd have to rewatch it, but Poirier ate all of that head kick from Justin Gaethje. Kind of was like leaning into it too, where maybe Ilya just didn't get hit. He got hit clean, didn't get hit on the button. Yes, short notice. And then there was that other fight. There was another fight where Ilya kind of grappled too much, kind of gassed himself out. He doesn't look like that version anymore. You see it with, I'll use Dricus as the best example of it. Guys' earlier fights in the UFC, those don't really tell the story of how good they get and how comfortable they get in the octagon and how they improve. So Dricus was gassing a little bit earlier in his career. His grappling was a whole. He probably worked on those things. So Ilya gassed earlier in his career, needed to work on his striking. He worked on those things. You know, you see that with a lot of people, and that shows really high fight IQ as well as just the ability to adapt. Yeah, DDP, I remember seeing that he had a nose problem, but he definitely had a cardio issue as well as a little bit of a grappling issue that I feel like he started to address. I'm not sure if I respond to Silktown saying Dustin. Dustin won, you know, I don't know if he won a round in that fight. I forget, but he was definitely in that fight. He was giving Islam some problems. And the thing, too, is like people saying, oh, well, Topuria, 45. Dustin used to fight at 45. Dustin fought at least a handful of fights at 45 in the UFC. Volkanovski was a 45er. And you got to look at the first Volkanovski fight where Volkanovski had time to prepare and he gave Islam a dogfight. The second fight, he looked a little soft in the midsection. He came in the fight on short notice and he got knocked out with a head kick. He wasn't prepared. UFC did Volkanovski dirty. They should have gave him the rematch based off of how competitive the first fight was. Nobody else was that competitive with Islam except for Volkanovski. And who'd they give the fight to? I forget who they had the fight. I think they were giving a rematch to Charles, if I'm not mistaken, and then Charles got hurt and they gave it to Volk on short notice. They should have ran it right back with Volk. Ilya was also taken down by Mitchell. Mitchell's a good grappler, and he was taken down, but what he just caught him. He caught him in the middle of a switching up his feet and got a takedown. He didn't hold him down, if I'm not mistaken. He didn't do anything to him on the ground significant. If I remember correctly, did Ilya submit Bryce Mitchell? I forget. Did he head and arm triangle Bryce Mitchell? I forget. I know he fucked Bryce Mitchell up and was dropped him with punches and was fucking him up. Gassing's a big issue in fighting, period. You got to know how to breathe and you got to work your cardio. Yeah, he did submit. He head and arm triangle Bryce Mitchell. So yeah, if you're getting taken down once in a fight, but you fuck the guy up, you drop him, there's no... That takedown don't matter. Nobody's unbeatable. Even Islam. You saw in the Dustin fight that Dustin was close. Dustin had moments against him. Who's the other guy? I think that one fight that Islam lost, though, was a little bit of a premature stoppage. He got flashed, is what they call it. I hope Bryce beats Silva. Silva was very cringy at the press conference. What's up, Joel? Welcome back. Ank is getting slept in round 2. I could see it. I feel like a lot of people are picking Ankalaev. I saw a lot of people saying how this is the biggest Dagestan has ever been an underdog. We're talking about Khabib and Islam. Their grappling is levels above Ankalaev's grappling. That's the biggest thing in this fight. Ankalaev is from Dagestan. He's from that same group. He's not that type of fighter. He's not Khabib. He's not Islam. He's good. He's a little bit more of like a well-rounded, probably a better striker than both of those guys. Maybe not Islam, but he's a good striker. Better striker than Khabib. He's not a better grappler. Yeah, Josh Emmett's a dog. He's tough, Josh Emmett. Even Josh Emmett, remember how fucking bad that one fight was? Even to come back from that, Jeremy Stevens. Remember Jeremy Stevens knocked him out? I think dropped him, and then dropped him again. Dropped him, he got up, dropped him again, and then hit him with like a Superman punch, broke his face. Emmett came back from that and got himself into title contention. You can't sleep on Emmett's. Emmett's too, though. I feel like he got a bit of a late start into the UFC. I feel like he was old when he got there. Yeah, Ankalaev does have a good gas tank. But have we seen, other than that fight with Blachowicz where they were at high altitude, have we seen Alex have cardio issues? I feel like Alex is always good. I don't know what you mean, Joel, against Zuffa and UFC. Is Shara Bullet from Dagestan? And yeah, he's not a grappler. I feel like I was talking about it earlier. That's where Petrosian fucked up with Shara Bullet. Should have took him down. Like, MVP could strike with him on the feet, but Petrosian should have tried the takedown. I feel like that's Shara Bullet's hole. Yes, Khabib and Islam were so dominant. What's looking good in court against Zuffa and the UFC? You're suing Zuffa and the UFC? Khabib, all belts will come to Dagestan. They might, but Khabib was the better grappler than Islam. Islam was a better striker. Brock Lesnar called himself a victim against the UFC. That's fucked up. I know Mark Hunt was on a rampage for a while about how he was the victim because he had to fight Lesnar on juice and the UFC knew about it. I think Ank is a very good wrestler, as good as it gets. He was taking down Jan at will. His legs compromised. I don't think he's as good as it gets. I think he's good. He's well-rounded, but he's not Khabib or Islam. He's not going to dominate. I don't think he dominates this fight with the grappling. Yes, but that Jan, I feel like Jan and Alex both looked exhausted in that fight. And it was only 3 rounds, but they were in high altitude. If I'm not mistaken, that fight was in Utah. And grappling, the reason you see a lot, people forget, man. People forget. Shout out to Joe Rogan. And the MMA Guru. I know that's one of his catchphrases. Yeah, grappling. That's why you see a lot of guys want to choose to strike more. Grappling is way more exhausting than striking. Who could win if they want to? Ank? But he chooses not to. Emmett was bald in elementary school. He might have been. I've seen young kids with the receding hairline. It happens. It's genetic. I've seen it happen to the best of them. We need to transfer some of those. Like, I know here, hair transplants and that whole, what is it called? Like, hairline regeneration is all very expensive here. That's why everyone goes to Turkey. Oh, he was bald because he had high testosterone. He's definitely on some fucking gear. If I'm not mistaken, he had like a little bit of gyno going on too. Josh Emmett. You know, I'm not going to throw shade, but I feel like a lot of those alpha male guys were on something. Remember even that one point when Cody and Dillashaw were going at it, Cody kind of gave everything up and said, like, you were the one doing it and showing everyone how to do it. Like, you were the one showing us all how to use the steroids. Jan's defensive wrestling is not that good. Yeah, Jan's more of a striker too, I feel. He can grapple, but he's more of a striker. I'd give my body hair grafts. Yeah. I think they take it from like I don't know, there's all different ones I've seen. My friend got it, and actually a couple of people I know got it, and it looked really good when they got it done. Marab got it. Take your hairline down a little bit. Usually, I think some places just pluck from your actual head. Some places take it from the back of your neck. I don't think you could do body hair grafts or pubic hair because then you get all fucked up. Yeah, Cody fucked his shit up. Yeah, Elon got it. I feel like that night that Cody Garbrandt had that amazing performance against Dominic Cruz, I'm the other side of the coin. I don't think it was Cody had that great night. I think it was Dom had an off night. Dom came into that fight where he was like, yo, I've already beaten all the alpha male guys. I'm definitely going to beat this guy. Hey, y'all, want to hear the story about how this queen KO'd Liddell? I never trained with Chuck Liddell. But I see you're back, Goofy. You couldn't stay away. Your life is so boring and meaningless that you had to come back. I appreciate it, though. Thank you for the view time, Goofy Cream. They do body hair grafts for beard transplants. I've seen some crazy shit. They definitely have, they do a lot with technology. But, yeah, I think Dominic Cruz, that was more of an off night for Dominic Cruz. Cody put in a great performance, but it wasn't this great performance like everyone makes it. I feel like Cody was just on that night. Dom was a little off that night. And then in fighting, it's like once you lose the first round, you lose the second round, you're fighting uphill, it's tough to play catch-up. I feel like that's more what happened to Dominic Cruz versus Cody Garbrandt was the best. Nah, let Trey be a goofy. He's got a lot of issues in life, so let him come on here and troll people. Let him be him. His parents think he's a loser. Everyone he knows thinks he's a loser, so he comes in YouTube chats and tries to troll people. Again, Trey, let me know your age, around your weight, and where you live, and we could link up, and we could see how good of a fighter you are and how good of a fighter I was. My money's on me, bro. You, please, Trey, be the first troll. We'll set it up. We'll meet up at a gym. We'll set up a camera, and we'll go live, and we'll post it. You could be the guy, Trey. Let's set it up. Come on, Trey. Drop your number in the chat. We'll set it up. Let me know where you're from. We could end all this goofy, show you some humility, and humble you. Would absolutely love to do it. That's what we should do for the live pay-per-view plug. We should all convince Trey to be a man and step up and get fucked up by the, as he says, stolen valor chubby YouTuber, chubby yapper. Chubby yapper versus Trey Cream. Let's set it up. He won't do it. He's bitch made. And everybody knows it. But yeah, throw me some subscribe here. I also have another channel that I started, Stan the Man MMA. And I'll eventually get to some interviews where I'll get some people on that could validate my claims. Yeah. I mean, hey, I could be, according to Trey Cream, I'm a chubby armchair warrior too. Again, I always tell people I don't want issues or anything, but when you just keep going and going, then you become the guy that I'm going to have to then single out and troll. And again, we could set it up, Trey Cream. We'll live stream. It'll get me some views. And everyone could see what a pathetic piece of shit you are. And you could have some repercussions for your verbal diarrhea and some repercussions for your actions. For being a little bitch and coming on my live and trying to troll, we could link up and put it on video. We'll put it right on YouTube. Sanctioned, trained professionals, we'll label it as, so that way they don't take it down. And I will fuck you up. I would gladly do it. I know a lot of gyms that we can get into that would totally let it happen. Totally, we'll give you a waiver to sign. I'll sign. Or we can do it in a parking lot. I'm down for that too. Let me know. Yeah, unfortunately. I'm rooting for Bobby Green. Like, I don't know if you were here when I said earlier, so he trains his jiu-jitsu under a guy named Marcos Galval. Marcos Galval was one of my training partners and a very good friend of mine, was my jiu-jitsu coach for a while, and then he moved to California. He used to be at Shaolin's in the city. He used to come out to Long Island and train with us, and then he moved to California, opened up a gym, and Bobby Green happened to walk in there one day, and he started training Bobby Green, so now he's Bobby Green's jiu-jitsu coach. Again, no idea how Bobby Green got caught in that triangle by Patty. He definitely was better than that, knew how to get out of it, but he just let Patty adjust. But Bobby Green's 38, so he's on the wrong side with the age. He is fighting a young guy who's from a thriving gym. But I feel like with that, what's the name of that gym again? The Fighting Nerds. We're about to see how good those guys are. Because they've been winning and looking good, but they're not at that upper echelon of the divisions yet. They're about to start getting there. What's up, LeBron James? LeBron James. I'm going with Pereira. Wouldn't be surprised if Ankalaev wins, though. But I think Pereira gets it done. I think Ankalaev's gonna strike with him. I think people are sleeping on Pereira's grappling. I think there's a bunch of factors in that fight. But we'll see how it plays out. It could play out where it could be 50-45 Ankalaev. It could be a submission win for Ankalaev. That fight could go either way, but if the best version of Pereira shows up and the best version of Ankalaev, I think Pereira wins a striking fight. Because again, Ankalaev is not this big grappler, this crazy grappler. He's a striker. I mean, I like the old wave, the new wave. Brazilians have always been keeping it gangster in the UFC and in combat sports. Go back to the old school Pride days, like Brazilian Top Team and all those guys. Like the Brazilian Top Team gave us American Top Team, gave us all those fighters. And if you look at all the offsets from all those old school Brazilian gyms, those are now the gyms all over the world right now that are winning fights in the UFC. Brazilians been putting on for a minute. I think Gaethje wins. We were talking about it earlier. I'm concerned with Gaethje's age. He's 36. Fizayev's 32. But Gaethje already beat him. Fizayev's coming off a 2-fight losing streak. Gaethje's coming off that bad fight with Max Holloway. They're both not in their best moment right now in their career. They both need a win. Someone was saying that they heard or saw that Fizayev was going to fight smarter in this fight. I don't know how long he's going to get away with that. Gaethje will be in his face. But what version of Gaethje do we get? Gaethje might be a little bit more reserved. He's been TKO'd. He's never been flatlined like that. And then I don't know if anybody saw, recently they put up the video. Like when he got knocked out by Max, they kind of went to Max celebrating. Recently, someone uploaded the video of Gaethje knocked out. And it was he was out. Like he was snoring. He was like stiff as a board. They rolled him over. Like he got flatlined. I'm glad that he took a good amount of time off because your brain needs 6 months to a year minimum to recover from a knockout like that, I think. I mean, we'll see. It depends. If we'll see off both of their next fights. If Praetis walks through Jeff Neal, he could be a title contender. If he has trouble with Jeff Neal, he's still got some ways to go. Michael Morales, if I'm not mistaken, is fighting Gilbert Burns. So if he beats Gilbert Burns, no matter how he beats him, he's kind of he's definitely a step closer to title contention. I feel like Gilbert Burns is a little bit above Jeff Neal as far as the rankings and the forward trajectory after. But Gilbert Burns is old too, though. I love Gilbert. Gilbert's the man. Gilbert's always been very cool with his time to me. I've hung out with Gilbert a couple of times, done a few podcasts with him. Good dude. Yeah, I don't know which Gaethje we're going to get. And I love Gaethje too. I never met Gaethje in person, but I've interviewed Gaethje. Me and Gaethje bonded over our love for marijuana, our love for mushrooms. And Gaethje's one of the bros. Like, that's one thing about Gaethje. Gaethje's absolutely one of the boys. Neal is too tough to finish. Yeah, that's the thing. If he walks through Jeff Neal, then it's like, oh, all right, he's a dog. Because Jeff Neal, even on a bad night, is tough to finish. Yeah, Gilbert's had a lot of wars in the gym, and he's just been around for so long. He's, I think, 38 now. I hate to see him lose. Yes. I don't know about LSD. I've never done LSD, but mushrooms, I love mushrooms. I used to do mushrooms all the time with Dennis Bermudez. And then I used to do mushrooms all the time in Florida. I used to go to Space, the nightclub. I've done mushrooms with Matt Frivola as well. Trying to think if I've done mushrooms with any other fighters. But then me and Gaethje talked about mushrooms. He loves mushrooms. And then when me and Gaethje were talking about weed, I was like, "You smoke flower?" He was like, I smoke oil." He's like, I'm big with the dabs." And I was like, "Oh shit." You know, if you're smoking a blunt or a joint, that's one thing. If you're smoking dabs, that means you're like a heavy hitter. That means you get fucking zooted. You get lifted. I've got next this is this mushroom tip from Grinder. I don't know what that means. What's your favorite fighter of all time and current favorite fighter? I've gotten asked this question before. I don't know. A lot of guys. I like Ilya. The Conor McGregor fights are always an event. Not that he's really my favorite fighter, but he's like one of my favorites to watch. GSP's up there. GSP was always an event to watch. John Jones. I'm always good for a John Jones fight. I used to like watching Joanna fight. No other women's fighters really got my interest except for Joanna. Ken Shamrock got me into watching MMA when I was a little kid. And then I remember watching, so I don't know where you guys are from. I'm from America. I'm from New York. We used to have illegal cable here. Like, we used to have scramblers. So I was a little kid. I was at my uncle's house, and he had a scrambler, and I found UFC 1 on pay-per-view. And I sat down and watched it, and I remember being like, "Oh, this fucking Ken Shamrock guy. He's like a pro wrestler. I love this fucking guy." And then I thought he was going to kill Royce Gracie. And when Royce Gracie choked him out, I didn't know what happened. I remember being a little kid and being like, "What the fuck just happened?" Are they like, "What? What just happened?" He just like pinned himself. He tapped out. He tapped the mat 3 times, like in pro wrestling, and then slowly just became obsessed with combat sports. Liked Rampage. Rampage was always good to fight. Those old school Pride events. Fedor was always amazing to watch. Prime Crow Cop. Robbie Lawler. Yeah, I don't really have a favorite fighter or even a favorite fighter to watch. Just I like fighting. There's always some really good fighters in the sport to watch. But yeah, GSP was good. Rampage. I got Volk. I don't see the hype behind Lopez, but a lot of people seem to be picking him. And I do think Patty's going to beat Chandler. I think Chandler, the time off, isn't going to do good for him. Patty's been fighting, and Patty's at that age right now where he's thriving. How do I feel about Khabib marrying his cousin? I don't know if that's affirmed that he did marry his cousin. But I like Khabib. I met Khabib, very respectful, nice guy. I like his manager, Rizvan. Very cool guy. His whole team is pretty cool. I watched Cody vs. Dom Cruz on YouTube like 5 years ago, and I fell in love with MMA. Yeah, that was a great fight. I was just talking about that fight, though. I don't know if that was Cody was so great or Dom was having an off night. I feel like it was more Dom was having an off night, and Cody showed up. Women need to stop talking. I don't know about stop talking. They definitely need to stop fighting in the UFC. Like, that's the worst fight of tomorrow night, by far, is Amanda Lemos versus Jasmine Lucendo. That fight should be a bathroom break or a nap. De La Hoya Mayweather got me into boxing. That was a great fight, too. De La Hoya in his prime was one of the best to watch. And now as an adult that you know what De La Hoya was into, you're like, this guy was a fucking animal. He was doing coke, banging hookers, going fucking nuts, and he would still win fights and put on entertaining scraps. Mayweather's a good dude, too. I never met De La Hoya, but he seems like a fucking weirdo. I've met Mayweather. Mayweather's a good dude. I would say Jiri and Alex are everyone's favorite fighters. I like Alex. I don't really like Jiri. I like what Jiri does, his like persona, and that he's crazy. But Jiri fights with his hands down too much. You can't do that in fighting. It was 100% confirmed. His dad even said it in an interview. I never saw that interview, but that's fucking crazy if it's true. Yeah, Dom looked a little off that night, and he had a goatee. So when have we ever seen Dominic Cruz with a goatee? Never. And then the one time we saw him with a goatee, he fought like shit. So what was going on in his life leading up to that fight? And just an off night. Definitely not his best performance. Cody showed up that night and put on a performance that everyone talks about that like it's one of the greatest fight performances ever. Hooker versus Dustin was great. The fact that, too, Dan Hooker versus Dustin was in the apex, so you heard every punch landing and all the chaos of that fight. Remember, was it the second round or the third round where Hooker almost stopped Dustin? where he hit him with like that 5 or 6 punch combo, and then the round ended. That fight was crazy. Yeah, I remember watching that fight too and being like, jumping up and down. That fight was fucking nuts. If booked, I think they're gonna book it for International Fight Week most likely. I'm leaning towards Topuria. I feel like Islam. So even with that, Islam's right at that point. He's at that win streak point with like Khabib would have lost eventually, I think. And if you keep fighting, it's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion. If you're at the top for that long, eventually you're going to zig when you should have zagged. So Anderson Silva got to this point. Usman got to this point where they had these win streaks. The only outlier is John Jones. Usually you get this certain length of a win streak, you're going to lose, and Islam's about there. So I feel like if not this fight, the next fight, he's getting close to the end of his trail, or where he finally gets a loss. DDP versus Jiri. I'd lean towards DDP. DDP keeps surprising me, and I feel like he's improved a lot. He's got more comfortable in the octagon. Jiri just fights with his hands down too much. You can't. Jiri, too, fights with his hands down, gets hit a lot. There's only so many big shots you could take on the chin before your chin starts to deteriorate a little bit. MVP fights with his hands down. Yeah, but not everybody. He's been caught before, and like right now, I think as MVP gets to the top of the division, you're going to get clipped eventually with your hands down. But that's also his style. So I always say it. If you look at MVP and Wonder Boy, how you beat them is leg kick. So he'll meet somebody eventually that has the fight IQ to be like, all right, let me pick apart his feet so he can't do all this jumping around. Yeah, the downfall of Cody was crazy. It was TJ. Talking shit to TJ, kind of saying cringy shit on the mic, and then TJ was on some good shit and just happened to catch him. Yes, MVP's way smarter with his defense. Jiri's a little bit reckless. And again, Jiri gets hit. MVP doesn't get hit, so he's way better defensively. We've seen, even that fight, was that Jamal Hill, who Jiri just fought? He was getting hit by Jamal Hill fucking clean. He just was taking him. Eventually, that chin runs out. Chuck Liddell's a great example of that. Eventually, your chin, your brain, there's a button. It can only take so many before it starts to slow down. Yeah, Dustin versus Hooker was fucking nuts. Hooker was so close to finishing him. A shitty ref might have stopped the fight right there. I mean, Jiri could beat DDP, but I feel like, again, I think Jiri gets hit too hard, and DDP has shown at the top, at the highest level, he keeps finding a way to win. Jiri, I think, got a little bit lucky. He caught Glover Teixeira at the right time. That's how he was able to beat Glover Teixeira. Glover got old on us, as happens. You know, what was Glover, 40-something? That fight was a great fight, too. Jiri versus Glover. Yeah, DDP too. Everyone says, like, I saw that one clip where Robert Whittaker and Adesanya were joking on him and said he's a shit fighter. I feel like he's just unorthodox. Conor was unorthodox. Anderson was unorthodox. Adesanya's unorthodox. I feel like it's not so much that he's shitty. He's just different, and he makes it work. And again, he's winning at the highest level right now. He's looked better than he ever has the last few fights. So whatever you saw of him versus Derek Brunson and coming up against other UFC guys, those are out the window now. You look at the fights that he's had recently, he's looked really good. I don't know if Jones is ever going to fight Aspinall. I don't think he's ducking Aspinall. I think Jones is capable of beating anybody, and he just wants money. I made a video about this a while ago, but I've talked about it before. When John Jones didn't fight for 3 years, it wasn't that he was ducking Ngannou or anything. He was in a terrible negotiation with the UFC. And you're seeing it now. UFC could have this fight announced. They're not giving in to John Jones. That's the problem right now. They're not giving in to John Jones. The only reason they gave in to John Jones is because Dana White had that thing with his wife, and they lost Francis Ngannou in negotiations, so they needed some type of buzz to get rid of the Francis Ngannou news and get rid of the Dana White hitting his wife news. So they got John Jones versus Cyril Gane. They gave in to John Jones, gave him a raise. He came back and fought Cyril Gane, and then he fought Stipe. Now he's already, again, asking for more money. So I think the UFC's pissed at him. And they're not going to give in to him again. Especially the way he went about it, like it's public, they're kind of negotiating in public. I don't know if we ever see John Jones again, unfortunately. If the UFC gives in to John Jones, then they're going to have to give in to the next guy. And they'll always have that issue where, oh, well, you gave in to him, so you're going to give in to me, and it sets a bad precedent for the UFC in contract negotiations. So if you're fighting and you're at the end of your contract, sure, but John Jones still has a bunch of fights on his contract. They just renegotiated his deal 2 fights ago. They gave him a huge raise. They're pissed that they got to give him another raise. Yeah, TJ was on a lot of shit. Do you remember that video where they showed TJ making weight for 125 and he had like a fucking desk full of all types of pills? He was on a lot of shit, TJ. And like I was talking about earlier, remember that when him and Cody were fighting, Cody said, he's like, you're the one who was doing the juice. You're the one who showed us all how to do the juice. You're the one who showed our team how to do juice. And then he kind of looked around like, oh shit, did I really just slip and say that? Says his Glover. Yeah, his fight versus Glover was good, but I'm saying that wasn't Glover's best performance. Glover was old. Glover was 42. A little bit past his prime. And that's Jerry's biggest win. Yeah, they're both dogs, Jerry and Glover. But I feel like, again, that's his biggest win is Glover, but a 42-year-old or 43-year-old, however old Glover was. No, I think Khamzat beats DDP. I think the struggles we saw of Khamzat were his cardio. That was at 170 when he was cutting too much weight. When you cut too much weight, it starts to really fuck your body up, and you have no cardio when you're cutting too much weight. At 185, I think he's got way better cardio. He's way stronger. He's way healthier. Him too, though. He's got issues that's what's holding him up getting back into the octagon and fighting too consistently. Like, I think, if I'm not mistaken, he has trouble getting in the country. I know Dana's probably going to have to work some shit out with Trump to get Khamzat in America. Jones can't beat Tom. Tom is too big. I've never seen anyone beat John Jones. The only talks are like Adslam Amagov caught him with a spinning back kick once in training. I've heard many stories of John fucking up a lot of heavyweights at Jackson Wink, and I don't think Tom's the guy. Could be. Anything could happen, but I don't think Tom's the guy. Technique. I think he could out kickbox Aspinall. He could out grapple Aspinall. Yeah, I can't, until I see with my own eyes John Jones lose a fight, I can't pick against him. Hey, John took picograms. He wasn't taking steroids. Picograms. And yeah, I think everyone is on some type of steroid. Like, I've talked about this before too. Grew up in the sport. I've been around all these guys. Trained with a lot of guys in the UFC. What happens is they're given a list from USADA or the drug testing sanctioning body for their fight, and it has all the banned substances on it. That list then gets looked over, and they go, all right, so this is for this. I got to find something that won't make me piss for this, but does the same thing, if you get what I mean. They're always finding ways to cheat and skate their way around the test. There's always a substance that you could take that does the same exact thing to your body, but when you take the drug test, it's not going to show up. Like, they're all doping or skating around the test in some way. Everyone. Every fighter. Yeah, who's Oldberg fighting? Jan, right? That should be a good one. I worry about Jan in that fight. Jan hasn't fought in a minute. Yeah, I think Khamzat beats DDP. Again, though, DDP surprised me a few times, so if he won that fight, I wouldn't be surprised. Shama. Yes, I'm riding with Shama tomorrow night. Volk was able to cut weight with no side effects. I'm sure some side effects if you ask him. Like, you look at Volk when he fought Islam and he was on a good camp, a full camp, and he had to cut less weight. He looked fucking phenomenal against Islam. Yeah, Khamzat seems like he's different level, especially at 185. I didn't see Gustafsson beat Jones. I feel like Jones won that fight. And then Reyes, it comes down to that third round. Reyes won the first 3 minutes, and then he was kind of gassed and backpedaling for the final 2 minutes, so I could see why the judges gave Jones that third round. But yeah, I initially did think that Reyes beat Jones. But the more times I've watched that fight, I see where the judging came from. Again, too, the judges' cage side don't have the best view. We have the best view watching on TV. Yeah, it comes down to that third round. Reyes won the first half. Jones won the end of the round. So it depends on how you judge a fight. You know, Jones was coming on at the end of that third round. I don't know. It could be considered a robbery, but I don't know about the biggest robbery. Reyes definitely won rounds 1 and 1, 2, and then round 3 was up for grabs. I mean, I remember asking Holly Holm about John Jones at one of the UFCs, and she said a great thing about him. He just finds a way to win. That's the one thing, that's the best attribute about John Jones. He finds a way to win. He was losing to DC, he found that head kick. He was having trouble with Thiago Silva. He took Thiago Silva's legs out and kind of stole the rounds. He was having trouble with Dominic Reyes. He kind of out-cardioed Dominic Reyes. Dare I say, stole the third round, won 4 and 5. If I'm not mistaken, he did the same thing with Gustafsson. He kind of stole the end of that fight. You know, judging is subjective. You got to finish people. That statement's so true. Don't leave it in the hands of the judges, because then that's what happens. I don't think Charles will ever be champ again. As long as Islam's champion, I don't think Charles could beat Islam. I mean, could catch him on the feet, but I don't think his strongest strength is grappling, and Islam's strongest strength is grappling. And he's very tough to submit. Jones definitely won round 5 against Dominic Reyes. Round 3 is the question mark round. Tag Jones at all? That's not true. So John has always had... Everyone thinks Aspinall's so fast. He looks fast against heavyweights. The only people that John ever had a problem with were middleweights that moved up or super athletes in Gustafsson and Reyes. And again, we know for a fact that both of those fights, John wasn't training the way he should have been training. He was partying, wasn't fully prepared or as good prepared as he could have been. He'll be prepared for Tom Aspinall. I see your logic, though, but I think people think Tom Aspinall's faster than he is. He's looking fast against heavyweights. John Jones looked fast at heavyweight. Fizayev's got skills, but I think he'll always lose that fight to get to the top. Nah, Silk. The third round is the round in that fight that you got to question. And that fight was the first 3 minutes. Like, Reyes could have won that round. The first 3 minutes were him, and then the final 2 minutes of that round were him backpedaling, breathing heavy, with John coming on and beating him up. No diddy. And even that, the other rounds that Reyes won, they weren't as clear as... Yeah, 4 and 5 were very clearly for Jones. What's up, United Kingdom? The fights start, I think, at 6. If I'm not mistaken. $6:30. The creator. Yes, God is the creator. I do not have blue eyes. I remember the Gustafsson one, people saying it was a robbery, and then I remember going back and rewatching it, and it wasn't really. It was Gustafsson had some success early, and then John kind of took the fight over. Remember... Gustafsson was doing good, and then John landed that spinning back elbow right on the forehead that fucked Gustafsson up. And then he kind of took the fight over from that point on. Yeah. I think the thing, too, with John Jones is he was so dominant that if you do anything against him, you won the round. He's just so good and doesn't lose that much exchanges, let alone rounds, that your scoring could be a little bit conflicted when you're judging a John Jones fight. But Aspinall has a chance. Don't get me wrong. John's old. John aged his way out of his competitive prime by sitting out waiting for money. Yeah, but they don't count knockdowns like that in MMA. In boxing, they do. That's not in the rules for the 10-point must system in MMA, that a knockdown makes it a 10-8 round. Plus, I mean, knockdown, but kind of more of a slip. John was throwing a kick as he landed a body punch. John popped right up. It's not like it hit him in the chin. It's definitely a debatable fight. Debatable scorecards, but I think John did enough. I think that fight will wind up being a pick'em. Close odds. I mean, Aspinall definitely has a chance, but so does John Jones. All right, well, luckily we have Google, so let's see what they have it at right now. Yeah, they're at a pick'em right now. I'm seeing, so if you go on OddsShark, gives you every betting website. They got it 107 to 128. Yeah, so it's literally a pick'em right now. It's very close. Um, Google, I'm telling you what the sports books are saying. It's a pick'em. Just because you guys are bigger Aspinall fans than you are John Jones fans doesn't mean that it's not. Um, I think it's a close fight. Could go either way, but again, I haven't seen John Jones clearly lose a fight yet, so. Yeah, but you saying it's not a pick'em, that's your opinion. I'm telling you what the sports books are saying. The sports books literally have the fight at a pick'em. I mean, they're probably going off the same logic I'm going. They've never seen John Jones clearly lose. You know, you can, if you're going off this logic, you can go back and watch a fight. And you could say, oh, it was such a long time ago. It's not that long ago. There's a fight with Tom Aspinall where he was out-grappled by some random guy. So, Aspinall's good. His striking's good. His jiu-jitsu's good. His whole is wrestling. John Jones' strength is wrestling. Like, it's a matchup. It's not that big of a discrepancy in the odds simply because of shit like that. They can both strike. They can both grapple. One's kind of a jiu-jitsu guy. One's a wrestler. It's definitely a pick'em. Yeah, you Googled yourself, and what'd you find? I'm looking at it right now. It says plus 107 for Jones. That's not really an underdog. And minus 128 for Aspinall. That's a pick'em. And then I'm seeing right here, minus 115, minus 115. That's the definition of a pick'em. No. BetMGM has him as a slight favorite. Bovada has it at an even fight. Let me see. Yeah, it's a pick'em, bro. If you're plus 100, that's a pick'em. You're the slightest of underdogs. I do think Ank's getting slept. I could even see that fight going the distance, but we'll see. It's not announced, but they always do like speculatory odds before a fight happens. I mean, again, that's an opinion. If you're telling me John Jones is an underdog, I feel like a lot of people are going to bet John Jones and move the line. Yeah, the odds change when someone bets the underdog. People aren't going to be betting Tom Aspinall as the favorite. They're going to be betting John Jones as the underdog. So the odds will wind up evening up if Jones is the underdog by that slight of a margin. We'll see, though. I don't know if we even see the fight, unfortunately. And it's not because John's afraid or anything like that. It's because John is having a terrible negotiation with the UFC. Like I saw Dana White say that we're going to get the fight this summer. He also told us Conor McGregor was going to fight in 2023. Then he told us Conor was going to fight in 2024. And, you know, he's a promoter. He can't say, oh, the negotiations are going terribly. Yeah, Ukraine doesn't want peace. Zelensky's terrible. You ever see those videos of him like dancing, playing the piano with his dick and stuff? That's literally who we're listening to right now. And people are praising as this fucking world leader and like the poster boy for anything that's not Trump. It's fucking insane. I do not think Jones gets beaten round one, but never know. At heavyweight, anything's possible. John has always shown an iron chin, though. He's definitely spoke like that. He did an interview. He said he can't beat it. He said he thinks Logan Paul would be a tough fight for him. He's definitely not scared, but to say a fighter's scared is a little bit naive. What's up, Donald Trump's ear? How you healing up? Again, we've seen this before. John Jones trying to get money out of the UFC is never gone well. That's what he's in the middle of right now. Has nothing to do with Tom Aspinall. He would have did the same thing with Pereira. He wants money. It's not about fear. It's about money. Honestly, he wants Conor McGregor money. Conor McGregor kind of muddied the water. He didn't duck Ngannou. He tried to fight Ngannou. He wanted money. Conor McGregor changed the landscape so much and got so much money that he made someone like John think, why am I not getting paid this type of money? And granted, he doesn't deserve that type of money. Conor generates more money for the UFC, but to say John Jones is afraid of Aspinall is fucking insane. Yes, Alex versus Jones would make more money, and when John said that, he thought everyone would be like, oh, yes, let's make that fight. And everyone was like, no, you should fight Aspinall. And John was kind of like, oh, I kind of thought everyone would get behind the Pereira fight. He just wants money. That's all it is. It's not fear of Aspinall. It's more, you could say, fear of negotiating with the UFC and fearing that he's not going to get paid what he's seen other people make. It's definitely not common sense, but again, he would have said, I want more money to fight Pereira, too. He thought that he would get more money fighting Pereira. That's why he said it. He thinks, so even that, you got to look at it like this. Jones is a businessman. He gets this paper that says how much he made for pay-per-view sales. If he fights fucking Dominic Reyes, that's why he left after the Reyes fight, because he saw the money he made from fighting Dominic Reyes versus the money he made fighting Cormier. He needs a Cormier type of fight. He needs someone who's going to draw. He doesn't even know who Aspinall, or at first claimed he didn't know who Aspinall was, and you know Aspinall has never headlined a pay-per-view. He's not a pay-per-view draw. Pereira has headlined like 5 or 6 pay-per-views and done decent numbers. That's why Jones wanted Pereira. Wants money. It's money. He would have fought Ngannou. He wanted money. He saw what Conor McGregor was making, and he wants that type of money. He wants money. That's all it comes down to. It's not fear. It's money. Every fighter can have a fear of losing. They're not afraid of the person. There's no thing like that. All these guys are complete fucking alphas. They think they're the best in the world. They could beat up fucking everybody. There is absolutely no realm where John Jones fears another man. You're shot if you think that. Simply because of size. If he slammed a guy on his head, Bradley Martin, but no, I think the 125ers that walk at 150 would probably fuck up Bradley Martin. So what's going to happen is Bradley Martin's going to be reaching, throwing wild clubbing punches and reaching, while these guys are fucking him up with more technique. But size does matter when you're that big. Like if he's fighting, again, a 125er who walks at 140, 150, that's his only chance. But, and he could get like a club. You know, a guy like that, you just got to land. It doesn't have to be technical. But yeah, Jones never ducked Ngannou. He never ducked Aspinall. He just wants money. He's negotiating with the UFC. And the UFC doesn't give in to him. If the UFC gave in to him, we would have saw him versus Ngannou. We would have already had him versus Aspinall announced. The UFC has a contract with him, and they don't want to set a precedent. Which is also crazy, seeing how now they're going into boxing, and they wouldn't let the UFC fighters amend the Ali Act and put in MMA fighters. It's all about money. All about money. John Jones, again, gets a sheet of paper and goes, oh shit, I made fucking $20 million fighting Cormier. Then he gets another check and a sheet of paper and it says he made $8 million for fighting Reyes or something like that. He's like, what the fuck? What happened to my money? He wants big money. That's why he walked away. Had nothing to do with Ngannou. Had nothing to do with anything. Had to do with money. Right now, that's why he's walking away. Has nothing to do with Aspinall. Has to do with money. Conor McGregor was making a shitload more, and John felt some type of way. That's what it comes down to. Money. I mean, Aspinall's not that much bigger than John. He's bigger, but... No, I think Jones said he wanted to fight Pereira at heavyweight. Because they both walk at about 240. Bro, nobody's ignoring facts. You're making up your own facts and calling it facts. That's not what facts are. Jones never said, go find where it said Jones needed to put on size and it'll take him 4 years. That never happened. After he fought Reyes, he said, I want money. I'll move up to heavyweight. I want money. The narrative somehow became that he's moving up to put on size and taking time off. That was never a real thing. No, he said they both walk at the same weight. That's why they would fight. I mean, John never said anything along those lines. The narrative somehow became that way because of fans, but I have seen that maybe John is a little zesty and gets his... I'd imagine he's clapping the cheeks, though. Silk, what you're doing is making up your own facts and saying, this is what happened. You're not going to find that anywhere. You're making shit up now. And you're trying to just prove yourself right, but you're not doing a good job at it. Jones said he needed to put on weight at one point. Yes, he did not say I'm taking 4 years off. He said, I want money. UFC didn't give him money, so he said, all right, I'll take off a little bit of time and I'll put some weight on and go up to heavyweight and hopefully the negotiations go well. When he first did that, you can go on his Twitter and go back to that time period. He was giving an update on his Twitter constantly about the negotiation with the UFC, and he kept saying they're not going good, they're not going good. Meeting with UFC today, then he'd post, it didn't go good. You can find that article. Go look that up, and you'll find the truth about what you're talking about. Had nothing to do with Ngannou, had nothing to do with moving up to heavyweight and putting on weight, anything like that. Had to do with money. The narrative then became that he was afraid of Ngannou. He took off 4 years to put on heavyweight weight. No, none of that is true. He took off because he wanted money. Yes, I did see that too. He said he'd fight Pereira because they walk at the same weight. I mean, just because you follow Jones for ages, that doesn't mean anything. You're reporting false information right now. You're making things up and twisting words around to try to make it like you're correct when you are incorrect. Yes, factual. Go find your reports and your news articles and send them to me. Prove yourself wrong. Please go do it. Because you're talking yourself in circles right now trying to prove your lies. I mean, I appreciate it that you're riding so hard for what you believe in, but I think you're incorrect. But again, I don't think we ever even see the fight right now because go find the interview. Go find the interview. You misheard or you're twisting the words around. Go find the interview because it was never said. Ever, Silktown Records, you are incorrect. Go find the interview, please. Do us all a favor and go find the interview because you are incorrect. But UFC 313 tomorrow should be a banger. Looking forward to it. Pereira Ankalaev. Winner, if I did see that too, that Dana said, but who knows if we ever even see Jones again. He said the winner, if Pereira wins, he could fight the winner of Aspinall versus John Jones. If that fight ever happens. So that could be crazy. Oh, so now you're saying you were incorrect. Yes, like we were telling you. He didn't say 4 years, but he said it needed years off. He never said anything like that. Go find it. It's not believing. It's just paying attention to the sport, knowing the guy never said that, and just knowing that that narrative you're trying to paint is just not realistic. It's a narrative that you're painting, so it's like, no, he was scared of Ngannou, he's scared of Aspinall. He wants money. All comes down to money. After he fought Dominic Reyes, if UFC would have said, we will pay you your money, he would have fought Ngannou right away. They did not give in to his contract demands. They did not like being held up for money. Look at every fighter who ever held them up for money or ever tried to renegotiate their contract when they were still under contract. They disappeared either for a few years or left the company. Surprisingly, Dana White still talks positively about John Jones, but 9 out of 10 people who've ever had to renegotiate a contract while they were still under contract, Dana White speaks bad about. Never goes well. Randy Couture, Henry Cejudo, Francis Ngannou, Tito Ortiz. John Jones is the only one who kind of got away with it. And we saw John getting shit on by Dana, where Dana was saying, John Jones is rich. John Jones makes a lot of money, as if to say we don't need to pay him anything else. That is a good possibility, Heath. There could be some freaky shit going on. You never know. There's always some crazy shit that we never know about possibly going on. I don't know, though. I know Dana's kind of like a coos hound. Like, who was that? Remember Schaub said at that one point? Like, there was a rumor. Remember Dana White's mom put out a book, and you never know what a mom's going to say. She was bitter. But she said how Dana slept with all the ring card girls. And then remember that one time Schaub was like, Joe Bald dude's getting pussy. Joe Rogan gets pussy. Dana White gets pussy. And then he realized, remembered that they both have wives. And he was like, shouldn't have said that. So I had a friend, not going to name his name, but he was in the UFC, and he went to do, like, UFC back in the day. They used to do, like, these, I guess, like, marketing things where they would team up with, like, pro sporting teams, and they would fucking, like, do, like, a photo shoot, some video and shit. But then he went and did one of these, and I was like, what'd you do while you were out there? He's like, I did what any pro athlete would do. I got a high-price escort, fucked the shit out of her in my hotel room, and called it a night. That's what pro athletes do. That's what rich people do. That's just the way the world works. If you think that's not the way the world works, then I don't know what world you're living in. You're living in a naive, little bullshit existence. Rich people, rich, powerful men, that's what they do. That's what they do. Dana White, Joe Rogan, they're not traveling on the road and going, oh, let me get back to the hotel room so I can call my wife. No, they're picking up hoes, picking up chicks, and banging them. Rich, powerful men, they're not faithful. They're not. A woman, if a woman is on the road and she has the opportunity to cheat, she's probably going to cheat. If you don't think she's going to cheat, you're fucking an idiot. You're naive. I would even say 8 out of 10, 9 out of 10. That's the modus operandi. Oh my God. Never happened, bro. That became his narrative because the only other alternative was shitting on the UFC. If he ever said anything like that, that became the narrative because he couldn't say, well, the UFC wouldn't pay me my money. It's all a negotiation. Can't shit on your boss and your company. I don't know what you just watched, but again, I think you've been this whole time twisting around the words and the shit he said. So that way you could fit this narrative that you're trying to make yourself right for some weird reason. Nobody understands it at this point. Nobody understands it at this point. Again, it's all money. Go read his Twitter. He used to keep updates. He used to keep updates with the UFC's negotiations, and he would always say, it's not going good, it's not going good. And then one day he just stopped tweeting. Not fight a smaller striker, wanting to fight a proven pay-per-view main eventer, a proven pay-per-view draw, on top of someone who has, I think Pereira has like 6 million Instagram followers. Aspinall has 1 maybe, if not more. And again, that's what he was looking at it, like a business. Aspinall's never headlined a pay-per-view. Way bigger draw than Tom Aspinall. Alex Pereira is a way bigger draw than Tom Aspinall. Tom Aspinall has never headlined a UFC pay-per-view. He has a way smaller social media following. So even you could almost use like the rule of thumb, is that social media following, maybe 10% are going to actually buy the pay-per-view. So what's 10% of 1,000,000? It's 100,000. What's 10% of 6 million? It's 600,000. So you see where the logic's coming in a little bit? Pereira is a way bigger draw than Aspinall. Way bigger draw. Now you sound insane. He cares about his 0 more than money. He has a 1 on his record. He already has a loss by disqualification. Only thing he cares about is money. That's it. He's not afraid of these other fighters, these other men. He's afraid of his wallet. That's what he's afraid of. He's afraid of negotiations with the UFC. He thought when he said, I'm going to fight Alex Pereira, that the whole room would gasp and people would start cheering and they'd be like, money fight. That's what Jones thought. Everyone would be into the money fight. Yes, Pereira versus Jones would definitely do 1,000,000 buys. Easily. Again, even if you use that logic and you say 10% of their following is going to purchase the fight, at minimum. If not more, 10% of their following. Not even sure what Aspinall's following is, but it's not as big as Pereira's. Pereira's headlined how many pay-per-views? UFC's marketed the shit out of him. They haven't marketed the shit out of Aspinall. Aspinall's never main evented a pay-per-view. He's not a star. He's a star at heavyweight. He's not like a transcending weight classes star of the UFC. John wanted to fight the star. He wanted money. Even if they would have said, yes, you're going to fight Pereira, we probably would have ran into the same problem. John would have said he wanted more money for pay-per-view. He wanted more money for something. No, comes down to money. Had nothing to do with that. Pereira can't wrestle, or he's taking an easier fight. Anything. He wanted money. Doesn't matter. Pereira's still a dangerous fight, even though he can't wrestle, according to you. He seems like his wrestling's doing good so far. Now, Q, where people don't wrestle him. People have tried to wrestle him. His grappling holds up. Nobody's been able to out-wrestle him and out-grapple him. We might see Ankalaev do it, but we haven't seen it yet. His wrestling is held up. His grappling is held up. Oh, so now that's what you're going with? That it's a coincidence that he priced himself out of both? No. He lost. He beat Dominic Reyes, then said, I want more money, and then he lost the negotiations with the UFC. Sat out for 3 years. Dana White had the incident with his wife. Yeah, he lost the negotiations with the UFC. Dana White had the incident with his wife. Francis Ngannou did not re-sign with the company. UFC then gave into his demands to change the news cycle. Oh, so now you're going to tell me what I was going to say. No, I was going to say he lost the negotiation with the UFC. But yes, Dana wanted to get that out of the news cycle, and the Ngannou negotiations went bad. So they threw money at John Jones, renegotiated his contract when they were fine with him sitting out for 3 years and not paying him the money. They gave him a contract, renegotiation, a couple more fights, a lot more money. And then that's why when you saw, when this time he said he wants more money, Dana White was like, first thing he said, John Jones is well paid. John Jones is rich. John Jones makes a lot of money. As if to paint this narrative to the media like John Jones shouldn't be asking for more money. He makes enough money. No, he wants fucking Conor McGregor money, which again, he's never going to get. Conor McGregor sells way more pay-per-views. I don't. It could be fighter A. That's all it is. Just random fighter. John just wants money. That's all it comes down to is money. Yeah, Strickland versus Khamzat would have been good simply for the press conference and the build-up. One of my favorite press conference moments ever, and it's a moment where DDP won me over, is when DDP was laughing at Rick Strickland and he was like, "You think your dad beat the shit out of you? Wait till you see what I do to you." And you saw Strickland like snap. And he was like, "I'll take your fucking soul. I will take your fucking soul." But yeah, DDP won me over with a lot of his antics with Strickland. I don't know what the McDonald's belt is, but I know they are. Are you talking about with boxing? I think they're going to get rid of the. I saw a report that they might get rid of the traditional boxing sanctioning bodies and make their own championship belts. So eventually we might see the WBC, the IBF, WBA, all those ones. I don't know, pay-per-view plug. You know, when someone just keeps writing you enough. Oh, now you're saying he's more willing to fight Alex for less money? Oh, my God. Silk, when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong, and I just go, all right, yeah, I was wrong about that one. You're correct. You're wrong. You can just end it. You don't got to keep trying to make up facts. That's what you're trying to do. Trying to change the narrative and say, oh, no, he wants to fight Alex for less money. What the fuck are you talking about? Read what you just wrote. You just said he wants to fight Alex for less money. Come on, bro. What are you doing now? What are you doing now? Terrible. Terrible. Yeah, Kamzat versus Strickland would have been a good one. Why would you make so much money? Because you'd bet Strickland or you'd bet Kamzat? I feel like Strickland would be an underdog in that fight. Simply because the odds makers would go off with the stories of when they trained together. And Strickland publicly saying that Kamzat got the better of him in training. He is not willing to fight Alex. He was using that as a way to get more money. We'd be in this same problem right now. If the UFC would have said, yes, you're going to fight Alex, he would have said, okay, renegotiate my contract. I'm going to fight Alex Pereira. The fans just happen to be like, no, you're fighting Tom Aspinall. No, he's not willing to. That we'd be in this contract negotiation either way. If he was going to fight Dominic Reyes again, we'd be in this contract negotiation. Again, he didn't leave because of Francis Ngannou. He left because of a contract negotiation. Right now, he's not leaving because of Tom Aspinall. He's leaving because of a contract negotiation. But It's not what I believe. It's what I've seen as the reports and what I've taken as the factual situation going on. Um, I don't remember him getting backed up by Stipe. I feel like he looked pretty good against Stipe. Stipe looked old though. It's all about money. That's all that it's about. See, for you to say another grown man, he's afraid. What are you doing, bro? You sound like a goober at this point. Nobody's afraid of anybody. It's all about money. If they gave him the right offer, he would fight. It's the fact that the UFC doesn't want him renegotiating again, and it's the fact that John thinks he's worth more. That's all it comes down to. Ilya versus Islam is actually a way bigger fight. I feel like that fight, too, is what it is in the U.S. is nothing compared to what that fight would be internationally. That fight would be huge. I think they could do a soccer stadium with Ilya versus Islam. Oh, so now John and Dana lie about everything. Jesus, Silktown, what are you doing at this point? I was a fan until you just started going down this weird rabbit hole that you're just, I don't even know what you're trying to prove. But I appreciate you. Throw me a follow. I like arguing with you, but I'm going to have to start reading other people's messages and ignoring yours. I apologize. I think the Ilya Islam press conference could be funny, but it could also be a dud. There'd be a lot of respect there. Like, I feel like Ilya is very respectful unless you push him. I don't know if Islam pushes him like that. Oh, so now John Jones and Dana White are liars. I don't know what you're going for, Silktown, but you should write Tom Aspinall and tell him how hard you go in the paint for his honor. I mean, I appreciate it. I'm sure Tom Aspinall would really appreciate it too. But again, probably never seeing that fight. So we'll see how the negotiations go. Because again, it's all about money. It's all it comes down to is financials. Dana White is very difficult to negotiate with. We've seen it time and time again. He does not give in to a fighter's demands when they have ink dried on a contract already. And I'm just saying, Jones and Dana, you were just saying how you got your information, your data from fucking John Jones before. So what are you talking about? Where else do you get your information from, if not from the horse's mouth? You make it up. You're trying to make up these facts, just like you were going before to find a John Jones interview where he said something. Then you came back and said, well, he didn't say that. He said this. Come on, Silktown. You're better than this. You're better than this. We appreciate you, though, Silky. Your efforts are misguided, though. We should be talking about actual facts, not making up shit. Oh, now that's what he said. Come on, bro. He never said anything of the sort. Yeah, it's crazy that they have an interim champion waiting like that too. UFC's nuts. So one other thing I think they need to do is they need to make those other weight classes. So that way they could stop making interim champions and they can kind of just fill main events with the 165-pound belt, the 175-pound belt, the 185, the 195. Like you see all the separations in weight classes in boxing. They need to do that a little bit more in the UFC. Definitely every 10 pounds. But then once you get up to heavyweight, you could leave it heavyweight. Sure he did, Silky. Just like we asked you to post it and you came up with your own facts and your own quotes. Never said anything of the sort. That became the narrative because that's just what media and some weird fans like to do. Dare I say the Aspinall fanboys and the Ngannou fanboys. He says he'll post the link, so He's probably still editing the video or has AI working up the video. Or he's going to post the video. He's going to post a link that clearly disproves his whole argument. And then he's still going to say, see, that's where he said it. Man, Silk, just become one of my fans. I need a guy like that to ride for me. Because you're fucking crazy at this point. You've been going on for almost an hour. But I appreciate it, Silk. What else you guys want to talk about? Give me another topic. Otherwise, I'm going to call it a night. And I'll be back on tomorrow. I'm going to live stream watching the fights. Tomorrow should be a banger. Are they fighting? Tony Ferguson and Dylan Dennis? No way. I know the GFL is doing some crazy shit. They're not fighting. That's fucking nuts, too, that even they're doing that fight. I'm done with KSI, though. I tried to entertain the KSI boxing thing, but because he won't fight Jake Paul, I don't even want to see him fight. And one of the craziest things I've ever seen is what's-his-name's hairline. KSI's hairline. Like, he's definitely on some growth or something, because his forehead is growing at, like, an exponential rate. And it doesn't even seem like he's losing his hair. It just seems like he's getting like a chrome magnum fucking caveman forehead. Oh my God, I Googled it and it said Tony Ferguson shares unique training footage ahead of Dylan Dennis fight. Holy shit, is he fighting Dylan Dennis? That's fucking crazy. Oh my God. Tony Ferguson versus Dylan Dennis for the GFL. GFL announces Tony Ferguson versus Dylan Dennis. They're going to get locked up, the GFL, for some of the fights that I've seen that they've announced. These motherfuckers are going to get locked up. And then, yeah, that's the first comment I'm seeing is please stop announcing fights with no date. That was one problem I had immediately. That's exactly what the first comment was. They're not announcing dates for these GFL fights, which is crazy, and lets me know that they don't have a venue locked up. They don't really have their whole fucking event shit set up. I worry about that. So I worry about, too, the craziest thing with the GFL is when they signed a lot of these fighters, they were like, yeah, man. And now, mind you, not trying to throw shade, but a lot of these guys have CTE. They probably didn't manage the money too good. That's why they're still fighting. But they were all like, yeah, man, 50-50 revenue split. How can you get a 50-50 revenue split of nothing? It's revenue. So this company is going to put up money for the event. They're then going to go, well, we put all this money into the event. The revenue that came in is zero. So they're going to get these guys to fight for fucking nothing. If they're not getting a purse and then a revenue split, these guys are all going to fight for nothing because there's going to be no revenue. The events are not going to make money. Like the PFL, I don't know if any of you ever been to a PFL event. They give away 80% of those tickets. They do not sell shit at the PFL. The PFL struggled so much to sell tickets that at one point they just became like, that was their thing. They're giving away fucking tickets. I used to, and I'm sure I still could, because I was very friendly with a lot of the PFL people, but one of my friends fought in the PFL that I was like helping manage, helping him with some of his fight shit. They used to give me a book, like 50 fucking tickets a fight. And they would say, you know, so in like the regional scene, you get tickets. And what it is that helps your purse out a little bit. Some fighters don't even get paid. They just get tickets. You sell the tickets, you get to keep the money. Or you sell the tickets, you get to keep a portion of the money. The PFL was giving me books of tickets and saying, you can sell these, you can give them out, whatever you want to do. And that let me know, like I'd kind of do the math and I'd be like, all right, if they're giving me 50, they give 14 fighters on the card 50 tickets. That's a lot of tickets. Like they're not selling out this venue. And then they would go to like the Madison Square Garden arena, the theater. They would go to the Nassau Coliseum, and they would like the theater. They would have the whole theater, and they would fill that place up. But Nassau Coliseum, they would black out half of the arena. So instead of the arena being whatever 20, they would only try to sell 10,000 tickets, and they would always be fucking empty. They would always, anytime I ever asked for more tickets, I got more tickets. So If they were doing a revenue split, it was nothing. There was no revenue. They didn't make money. They don't make money. They might have made money from advertising, but I mean, it's tough to pick against Islam, but I feel like his time's almost up. So I got Ilya. Bro, I thought Ferguson should have retired in the UFC. So you just proved yourself wrong. You wrote the quote, and then you wrote that was 3 years before his return. And he's able to go down and fight Alex. He said he's never going back to light heavyweight. I personally don't feel slow. I'm aware that I'm not in camp, and I am in the bulking phase. So you just proved yourself wrong, and you admitted that you were making up that quote from before. And now you can't find the clip that you claimed you just watched. Come on, Silk. Come on, Silk. Yeah, so if you look at that list of longest win streaks in the UFC, Jones is the only one who doesn't apply to it, but Anderson and Demetrius Johnson kind of doesn't apply, but he left, but then he did lose when he left. Or actually, no, he did lose to Cejudo. When you get up to that certain win streak, you lose. Usman got up to that certain win streak, and then he lost. Islam's right about there. Yeah, Silk, you totally lost us. You totally lost us now. We gave you a chance. We all said, please do us the favor and go find the information to back up your argument. And we weren't disputing you, thinking we didn't believe you. We just said we think that you're misinformed. Now you're going back and you're making up news articles. You're finding things from 3 years ago. You said that 3 years he was taking off to bulk up and that he said that. No, you're finding a quote from 3 years ago and adding the 3 years part. Come on, Silk. You're better than this. No, L. We appreciate you here, Silk, but you got to stop. You're making up facts. He never said he's taken off 3 years to bulk. You're insane at this point for still trying to prove it. You can't find it because it doesn't exist. Ilya is short and stocky. Islam is bigger. Yeah, but then I was talking about it earlier. Rizvan, the manager of Ilya, of Islam, said, we don't want to fight another 45er because then we get trolled a little bit about how we fought another 45er. Dustin was a 45er before he moved up to 155. Charles Oliveira was a 45er before he moved up to 155. The weight classes are so close. The problem is Islam's never making 45. Islam could make 170 and still have size there. So there's like that little... I think Ilya could move up. I do think he's short and stocky. Like he's going to be shorter than Islam. He's going to be smaller, probably by 10, 15 pounds maybe. At least 10 pounds, naturally smaller, but skills are there. After the Reyes fight, he said, I want money. I got to go back and talk to the UFC because I want money. He said, I'm thinking about heavyweight, but I want money. Pretty sure that's what he said right in the octagon after he beat Reyes, after he won against Reyes. They said, what are you going to do next? And he said, might go up to heavyweight, and I want money. Let's see. Jones after Reyes interview. He took 4 years. He did not take 4 years off to put size on. He wound up taking 4 years off because he lost the negotiation with the UFC. Dana White was not giving in to John's demands, and he lost the negotiation with the UFC. Go on his Twitter. He used to document it every day until one day he just said, bye, folks, retiring, like I'm done, not fighting anymore. Then he'd chime in every now and then and say, I have another meeting with the UFC. And he would say it didn't go good. I think prime Usman. He was way bigger than Khabib. Like, again, Khabib could go up to 55, but he can make, 70, but he could make 55. Usman could never make 55. Even Usman, if they made 165, Usman would have been the 75. He couldn't make 165. Jesus, Silk. But if I'm mistaken, then fair enough. You should have said that an hour ago before you set yourself down this losable battle. It's not a hill to die on when you're saying, I think I heard him say it. Like, what are we doing here? But yeah, Ilya versus Islam, they got to make that fight. Hopefully, we live in fantasy land and good shit happens. And International Fight Week, we get John Jones versus Aspinall and Ilya versus Islam. That shit would be dope. You know, Ilya and Islam, both under contract. That fight could be made right now. John Jones, it's a matter of renegotiating. He's not signing a contract without getting more money. So we all have that problem with our brain. I'm guilty of it too, where you mishear things and then you kind of go back and you watch something that confirms that you were right or wrong. That's life. Everyone does it. It's crazy how skinny he used to look at light heavyweight, John Jones. Bro, John Jones' grandma, too, is a beast. She's 6 foot tall. Video from years ago. So see how I just watched the video and I'm like, oh, so he didn't say it there. He did not at the post-fight press interview with Dominic Reyes say, I'm moving up to heavyweight, I want more money. He said it after that. And now I'm going to find where he said it. You know, I remember him saying it. But I'm going to find the evidence that proves myself in saying it. And if I don't find it or I find something to the contrary, I'm going to say, oh, I misremembered it. Oh, now you're comparing John to Vladimir Putin? Jesus, Silk. The easiest one, probably Lawler versus, what's his name? McDonald was a banger. I got the poster right here. That's actually one of the best UFC events in recent memory, was UFC 189. A lot of good ones on that fight. I remember, I used to be very good friends with Dennis Bermudez. We used to do a podcast together, but I remember watching him versus Jeremy Stevens and thinking, oh shit, like he's going to get, even though he lost, he's going to get a fight bonus. He's going to get fight of the night. Thought he was going to get fight of the night for his fight with Jeremy Stevens. And then right after that, Rory McDonald and Robbie Lawler came out. And I was like, nope, never mind. Not getting nothing. So they just went to war for no bonus. And then even they would have been not able. The only way that he could have got a bonus was Dennis could have got a bonus if he would have had a performance bonus, but he lost. because Jeremy Stevens missed weight, so they wouldn't have got fight of the night anyway. The sport needs casuals, though. I feel like casuals get too much hate. Yes, Julian Edwards, dudes go to war for free. I mean, they get some money. Are you talking about war like in the military or war in the UFC? Yeah, the same casuals that think John has a chance against Tom actually know what happened in the negotiations and whatnot and why the fight's not happening. Oh, in the military, they get money, don't they? I feel like they get some money. It's not good money, but they get a little weekly stipend and they get money for college and shit. Yes, some casuals absolutely deserve hate. I agree with you there, but not all of them. I think we need the ones that just tune in. We need the casuals that die on hills that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, those ones. And the ones who make up AI videos and stories. We all have that. We all have that thing where we'll hear something and we kind of twist it around a little bit, but you can't call it fact. Um, Most underrated, most overrated. I mean, just because he popped in my head, I'd say overrated is actually Lopez, but Lopez could become champion. Um, Underrated. I mean, it's just the names because I watched them today. I feel like Patty's a little bit underrated. I feel like a lot of people saw the Jared Gordon fight and they shit on Jared Gordon like he shouldn't have gave him that good of a fight. Jared Gordon's good, bro. Jared Gordon just has tough luck, but and he's a tweener, so he should be a 45er, but it's really tough for him to get down there. So he's at 55, where he's a little short. Um, him giving Patty a good fight is there's no hanging your head on that. Jared's a dog. Jared should be more advanced in his UFC career. He's had some tough luck. So you could even say he's underrated, but I would say Patty because Patty gets a lot of hate. But Patty's good, little underrated. I feel like a lot of guys could be overrated or underrated. You can kind of make a case for almost everybody depending on how much stock they have in them. But your name's LeBron James. Who's the GOAT? LeBron James or Michael Jordan? That's a video I might make one day soon, or a topic I'd go live and talk about. TJ's fight IQ? Absolutely. TJ was good, but the problem with TJ was same as the problem with John Jones. They got caught. Everyone's doing it. 9 out of 10 of the fighters are doing it. They got caught. So their whole legacy is a little tarnished. Even though John got the picograms and the whole fucking bullshit story, the narrative that it changed to, TJ came out and admitted, yeah, I was taking shit. But TJ kind of tried to lie and say I was only taking it because I had to recover cutting the 125. But then all those stories came out. Like I told you when he fought Cody Garbrandt. Cody Garbrandt was like, you're the one who taught us all how to do the drugs. And then he went, oh, like, did I just say that? TJ was on shit for a minute, I think. That all got outed a little bit. I mean, I'm older, so I go with MJ. I think LeBron, too, is absolutely on some gear. Like, I know Uncle Chael has talked about it a lot, but there was a story that got buried where LeBron James's one of LeBron James's family members and his trainer, their names all came out in like a government investigation into a steroid ring. Like I think Biogenesis, if I'm not mistaken, or something, where LeBron's been linked to juice before. Well, there's juiced up, and then there's performance-enhancing drugs. Yeah, steroids, and then there's performance-enhancing drugs. Because even testosterone, like I talked about this last week, like Randy Couture, Phil Baroni, a lot of guys always were accused of taking steroids. They weren't. They were on testosterone. They were on that TRT long before TRT was a thing. So they used to take piss tests and piss clean. It was because they were on testosterone. Yeah, TJ was taking a form of EPO, is what he pissed hot for. Apparently, though, like I said, TJ was rumored to be on some shit for a minute. And if you see TJ now that he's out of fighting, he's completely yoked up. Clearly started taking whatever again. That's even a thing I saw with the guy fighting Curtis Blades tomorrow. In 2022 or 2023, he pissed hot for 4 steroids. I mean, I like LeBron. I got no beef with LeBron. I just don't think that he's the GOAT based off of that. They say Jordan had a higher, like when Jordan's height versus LeBron's height, Jordan was better. Jordan was better in the postseason. But LeBron's longevity and how he's able to break all these records, he's the Barry Bonds of basketball. And my problem with that is I loved Barry Bonds as a kid, and Barry Bonds isn't in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds isn't considered the GOAT because he took some HGH. So many guys that took steroids got into the Hall of Fame. LeBron now is breaking all these records in basketball. He's on steroids. It's clear as day. I don't know how old some of you guys in the chat are, but you start losing muscle mass in your mid-30s, range of anywhere from like 32 to 35. Your muscles start deteriorating, your testosterone goes down. Like, it's hard to maintain muscle. LeBron has gotten in better shape at 40, and it's because he's clearly on something. Nobody's a freak like that. You're on something. Like, I'll use Herschel Walker as another example. I don't know if you guys remember Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker was on testosterone. He was taking drug tests. He wasn't pissing hot for juice when he was fighting MMA, but he was like 45 and still jacked because he was on testosterone. Wasn't one of the basketball GOATs able to get the same numbers in a much weaker team? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, I think they're all kind of on, again, as a fighter or a professional athlete, whatever. Like, I think GSP was on some shit, but he wasn't pissing hot because what he was on wasn't illegal yet. It wasn't on the ban list. You know, they get a list of stuff that's banned, they take the alternative. Even if it's down to if Aspinall or, what is it? Not Aspinall. Now you got me fucking saying Aspinall. Aspirin or Tylenol are illegal. You take something else. You take something that's not going to show up on the drug test and get you in trouble. That's what the whole drug testing community is about. It's about finding a way to skate around the test and have the ability to get what you need from taking something else. So even at the Olympic level, like that's even what I could say, like a Hector Lombard or a not Hector Lombard, maybe even Hector, but Yoel Romero or GSP they were the products of the Olympic drug testing. So the Olympics, they get the drug testing list of what's banned. They come up with something that you can then take that does the stuff that the banned stuff does. But when you take the drug test, you're not going to piss hot. So I know GSP had a lot of close ties to the higher-ups at the Canada Olympic Committee, as well as Yoel Romero had close ties to the Olympic-level drug testing community. If you defeated someone on PEDs, yeah. That's the thing, too. The early days of the UFC, they were all on gear. Even there's the few outliers that were taking testosterone. Most of them were eating D-balls, eating Winstrol, eating fucking anabolic steroids. If not shooting them up, they were all on some crazy shit. Like even at one point, even in the UFC days, like before USADA came in, a lot of guys were on steroids. The drug testing was kind of a joke. It was just you had to have clean pee the night of the fight. There was no random drug testing or shit like that. And even like USADA, like remember the story came out, like you think the USADA fucking tester that they're hiring some guy, he's walking into a gym in Dagestan and he's fucking walking into this room with all these Dagestan killers and they're going to single out Khabib and say we need to take your piss? No, they're going to hand that guy a cup of piss and tell him get the fuck out of the gym. I think a lot of the drug testers got strong-armed. And then even there, not to throw shade at Khabib, but everyone around Khabib failed. Everyone. His cousin, his fucking, all of his family members that were in MMA failed. His Islam at one point failed. So I used to train with Chris Wade. I don't know if you guys remember Chris Wade. He fought in the PFL. He was like 5-2 in the UFC. He fought Islam. One of the first guys to give Islam any trouble. And then I think it was either right after Islam got knocked out or the next fight Islam got knocked out. But he fought Chris Wade, and Chris Wade gave him some trouble. Before that fight happened, They offered Chris Wade another Russian who failed for some steroids, so that fight didn't happen. Then they offered him Islam. Islam was coming off of just serving like a minor suspension, I forget, or being accused of, like he pissed hot at one point, Islam, for I think melilodin or some type of PED. All those Russians were on something. But again, they were on stuff that either wasn't on the ban list yet or were figuring their way around doping. We've seen it time and time again. Who doesn't know what they're talking about? Me? And what do I not know what I'm talking about? Yeah, LeBron spends a lot of money on his body. But yeah, he was linked to a I'm pretty sure it was called Biogenesis. He was linked to a scandal about PEDs. And people close to him, his trainer, and I think one of his family members. I have to look it up. But definitely people close to him were buying steroids from a lab. So LeBron's a little cloudy. But again, those early UFC days, a lot of baseball Hall of Famers are in the Hall of Fame that were on steroids, but then they singled out some guys like Barry Bonds and a handful of other guys, Roger Clemens, but just let them in. It is what it is. It's more on what the testing was at that point and that they weren't caught than that they're accused or they got caught later on, I think. Like, I think Alex Rodriguez is in the Hall of Fame, like a couple of guys, because they had a little bit of steroids, a little bit of controversy with steroids in their past, but it is what it is. If you're not trying to be the best in the world, I'm not interested in you. So take your steroids, do what you got to do. Fighting, it's a little different because you can cause bodily harm and brain damage and whatnot, but I think that we judge a little bit too harshly about the PEDs. But yeah, I might wrap it up there. It was good talking to you guys. I don't know what Fergus is talking about. What you talking about, Fergus? You don't know what you're talking about. Well, maybe I think you don't know what you're talking about, Fergus. I asked you to clarify what you were saying. Yeah, so even there's a lot of controversy with that too. Like, remember Carl Lewis? Carl Lewis was a great Olympic hurdler and sprinter and track athlete for the United States. He was always pissing hot, and they just covered the results. In the late 80s, the early 90s, a lot of those guys were pissing hot, and they just covered the results. Like when Lance Armstrong was pissing hot for EPO, a lot of those guys were pissing hot. Remember that? There's one race out there where I think Lance Armstrong was in it, but there was a bunch of the top cyclists in the world. They all pissed hot. The top, like, sixth pissed hot. And they wound up, like, giving the winner of the race was, like, the number 6th or 7th guy, if not lower than that, because he was the first one that pissed clean. They all pissed hot. At this point, make the AI version. I think it would be the greatest thing ever if you made the AI version. Just have him say whatever. Have him be like, I'm afraid of Ngannou. I'm afraid of Aspinall. Yes, I think. Well, you saw that one clip where LeBron said, ain't no party like a Diddy party. And that shit, like, hit. What's up, Moss Fords? Yes, I definitely think that he was part of some Diddy parties. Definitely part of some crazy shit. Again, LeBron's a super high-level athlete, like we were just talking about. What do high-level athletes do when they're on the road? They bang fucking groupies, hookers, all that shit. Oh, Haney lost a civil suit against Ryan Garcia, and the judge said, you're a combat sports athlete, you're bound to take damage, or something along those lines. Haney lost all credibility. I'm going with Pajeda. So I got into a car accident that fucked me up, but I still dabble in some kickboxing. They're like an hour and a half away from me. I was going to go to Glover Teixeira's gym right before I got in the car accident. I never got the chance to, but once I heal up a little bit more, I'll definitely go in there and try to do some work with Pajeda. I used to be a lightweight. I used to weigh around I used to compete around 55. Could compete at 70 because I was lengthy, but I was a little small. And then when I broke my leg. I gained a lot of weight. Now I weigh like 240. No, never fought in K1. I fought K1 style in kickboxing, but never fought in the event K1. But K1 is like I fought in the amateurs. I've done some no pro, unfortunately. A lot of injuries, a lot of life got in the way. But I have a lot of amateur fights, boxing, kickboxing, grappling, some MMA fights. Yes, fighting is very painful. It's not like it hurts like, you hit me. It hurts what the training does to your body. You get fucked up. Like, for instance, I broke my leg. I got 17 screws and 2 plates in my left leg. I got turf toe. That's never going away. Turf toe is actually one of the worst injuries you can get, which is fucking crazy. Like, I remember when I heard it, one of my old strength coaches was like a semi-pro football player, arena football player and stuff. And once I got turf toe, he told me, he's like, NFL players sit out for months with turf toe. Some guys end their season on turf toe. It's basically that your big toe, the joint, the ball joint in your big toe is swollen for life, basically. Never really heals because you're always walking, you're always using it. And it's just pain in your big toe that fucking radiates up your leg. It's fucking terrible. There are some surgeries that you can do for it, but they're not really successful. So I used to train with this kid, Black Dave, really good jiu-jitsu practitioner from DRC Jiu-Jitsu. And then he came over to Long Island MMA with us. Me and him used to always have dogfight rounds. He was a jiu-jitsu guy, though. He, sat up from guard, and I created space, and he double-legged me and took me down. So my ego was, I got to get that takedown back. So I scrambled to my feet, blast doubled him, and when we landed, my toe fucking spiked in the mat. One of the most painful things I've ever experienced. Finished the round, was able to do, but I knew something happened on my toe, and then just years of difficulty with it. And it just never heals because you never stop using it. It's fucked up. But yeah, turf toe's pretty bad. And then I've had just stupid shit, broken toes, broken hands, bullshit. But yeah, turf toe, apparently, like I said, my strength coach was a football player. He almost made it to the NFL, was like semi-pro. I think he played arena football too, if I'm not mistaken. But he said he's like, turf toe's one of the most serious injuries in football. Yeah, but when your adrenaline's pumping, you don't really feel getting poked in the nose. But yeah, once your eyes swell up a little bit. Nah, LeBron been to those Diddy parties. He's definitely been to those freak-offs. That motherfucker's sick. But you never know. Yeah, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. They say that the parties were normal until they gave this little, a little warning. The best tip I can give you in kickboxing, if you're talking about, professional kickboxing, even amateur kickboxing, volume. Volume wins fights. In boxing, too. Not so much even effective striking and damage, volume is what wins fights. You got to take the round, and you got to be the most busy one. That's how you win rounds in any striking sport. Kickboxing, boxing, volume. Obviously, damage, too. Just volume. You got to throw strikes. You're not going to win a round throwing 10 strikes. Control, just volume. You got to throw more strikes than the other guy. Being the aggressor, throwing way more strikes than the other guy. So a lot of things with amateur kickboxing especially, and even amateur boxing, the person who throws the most usually wins the round. So you could land the best shot of the round, you could rock the guy, but if you're throwing a volume, yeah, I watched Tank versus Roach. I feel like Roach got robbed. But then I saw the WBA. So they tried to sanction. They sent the lawyer to the New York State Athletic Commission. They're trying to get the glove touched when he touched his knee, or went down to one knee, turned into a knockdown, and him awarded the fight, but they probably won't do it. But then I saw the WBA come out and say, oh, no, that was the right call. It wasn't a knockdown. But there's also a thing you can watch where Floyd Mayweather, I forget who he was fighting, lands a left hook on somebody, shakes out his hand, and then takes a knee. Ref starts counting. That's on his history books as a knockdown. So Ryan Garcia got hit with the body shot by Tank. He backpedaled for like 3 seconds, then took a knee. That's a knockdown. If you take a knee in the middle of a round, it's a knockdown. It doesn't matter if you're going to claim grease in your eye or anything like that. Worst injury to happen lifting weights. I've never really gotten hurt lifting weights. I don't really lift weights anymore. I used to be heavy into weightlifting. But yeah, volume is how you win rounds. I don't know what you mean by that. That they had to change the rules. I've seen some. If you go in with just boxing, you wind up losing because usually the judges are kickboxing judges, so they kind of score the kicks a little bit more than the punches, unless the punches are big. There's no rule that says you have to throw kicks. But again, judging is subjective. Same as like John Jones versus Reyes. It depends on what you're scoring is going to determine who wins the round. I mean, that's the even flow of combat sports. If you land too much, you're going to get cooked. You got to have cardio. Volume is what wins fights. So I've lost decisions in the amateurs where I thought I clearly won. I landed the only damaging blows, and then when you rewatch the fight, you're like, oh, the guy threw punches at air, but that's what they judge. They judge volume. I've watched a lot of amateur boxing fights too, where they just score volume. Volume. You're controlling the fight, and then you're gonna land more if you throw more. Nah, I think Tank that was a bullshit excuse. If you rewatch it, he got hit with a right hand. He backs up. He gets flicked in the eye with a jab. Squints out his eye and then goes, oh no, I got something in my eye. He got hit with a jab. He got punched in the eye. It wasn't a thud. He didn't get hit in the face. He got flicked in the eye with a jab. It happens with the gloves. He definitely got punched in the eye. I was going to make a post about it on TikTok. I screen recorded the footage and like slowed it down, and you could see he clearly gets flicked in the eye. He gets punched. Yeah, it should have been a knockdown. I've seen so many instances where a fighter took a knee and it's always been a knockdown. No, that's not a rule that you have to throw three kicks around. I've never heard of anything like that. Who's Reyes? Reyes, Dominic Reyes, the GOAT? I don't know about that. I don't know what my overall record is. It's a winning record, though, but I've lost some fights, too. I've won more than I've lost. I did a couple of kickboxing fights, some amateur MMA fights. I did some amateur boxing fights when I was a little kid. I've done some grappling tournaments. Could be for a specific organization, but yeah, that happens all the time in the UFC. Guys get knuckled in the eye and they start going eye poke. Um, I coach some people still. I was coaching a lot more years ago, especially when I was more active. MMA is the hardest sport. The to have to train all these different disciplines and tie it all in. MMA is the hardest sport. Grappling is the hardest on your cardio. That's why you'll see a lot of MMA fighters, just like the wrestlers or grapplers, just do some kickboxing instead of grappling. Takedowns take a lot out of you. And surprisingly, the up and down. Being on the ground and having to get up, as easy as it looks, you only get so many times you can scramble to your feet. Takes a toll on you. Yeah, Marab's got the craziest cardio any of us have ever seen. Who else has ever had cardio like Marab? Maybe Prime Tony Ferguson had some crazy cardio too, but I think Marab's got him. Aspinall's been teaching adults BJJ since he was like 9. That's cool. I've never heard that, but I know he's been around the game and training since he was a little kid. Marab's got some freakiness to him. Like, you ever see the one video of Marab? Marab could swim the full length of like a really crazy pool without coming up. He's got like a third lung, Marab. Just train endlessly. Marab's an animal in the gym. He trains all of his rounds hard. What Connor was saying about Ali Abdelaziz was crazy back in the day. Yeah, I mean, I could see it that people think Ali's shady. He does have a little crazy of a past, that he was involved in some terrorist situation and whatnot before 9/11 and all bullshit. But a lot of those guys were tied into some bullshit, the judo athletes from like Egypt or whatever. But my interactions with Ali, one of the nicest guys in the world. He's always been very cool to me. He's given me interviews. He's given me fighters to interview. He's given me access. He's always been good to me, so I can't hate on him. He used to manage some of the people I used to train with. So I've always been cool with Ali. When I used to see him at the Khabib events, it would always be what's up. When I'd see him at the PFL, it would always be what's up. Never really bumped into him at UFC events, but he's been there. There's hoodoo steroids. Marab? I don't know. I don't think so. I've seen him accused of some shit, but I think he's just a crazy man with the iron lung. A lot of it, I mean, obviously it's physical, but a lot of cardio is mental too. Marab's just on some crazy. And he trains hard. He's one of those guys like swimming upstream. And so when you do your rounds in the gym, you obviously take a step back and you breathe and you try to get through the round. Marab just goes. So I think that's what really gets his cardio a lot better. Is it possible you can go over the lore about Ali? I don't know what you mean by that. Yes, that's one of my favorite Marab moments. When he dove into the ice and cut his face. And then my favorite was Sean O'Malley. When Sean O'Malley was like, he's an idiot. He did not know what ice was. Seen the video. He did not know what ice was. He says some funny shit sometimes, O'Malley. But the way he said that about Marab had me, I gave it a chuckle. But yeah, I know Ali's had some bullshit. And then the whole thing with McGregor made him famous. But Marab, I mean, Ali's always been good to me. Marab, too, has always been cool. Yeah, Marab's a wild man. When he kissed O'Malley at the fight, O'Malley got right up and tried to punch him. Even though it was not after the bell, it was still in the middle of the round. But yeah, I mean, I see the internet always clown on Ali. A lot of people speak ill on Ali. I can't say a bad thing about Ali. Always been cool to me, so I go off that. You know, I know Connor spoke about the thing with his kid. I don't know what happened with him and the wife. I don't know what happened with him and the... Like, there's one guy. There's a guy who did, like, an article about it where he spoke about all the stuff, the shady past of Ali, but my interactions with him, cool. Like, I was at the one PFL. You can go on YouTube and find these clips where I was standing there and I, like, said what's up to some people. Didn't say what's up to Ali or anything, but I was like standing in the vicinity, and then all of a sudden, like, fans started fighting with Ali, trolling Ali, and all of a sudden, like, a fight starts breaking out, and then all of a sudden you see, I know this is when he had a few fights in the UFC, he was not champion yet, and then all of a sudden the crowd parts a little bit, and Kamaru Usman came running in, and he was just throwing hammers, like shooting straight rights at these fans, and it wound up being a brawl at the PFL. And it was like Ali, Usman, a couple of Russian dudes fighting fucking fans. But I remember just the crowd parting and just Usman sliding in with these fucking lightning right hands. And I was like, oh shit, Usman's going fucking nuts right now. And then people screaming like, break the fight up. And the security kind of being like, I don't want to break it up. These guys are fighters. I'm good. Let them beat these guys up and then we'll separate it then. Never met Wonder Boy that I remember, but I've always been around his clique, but never met him in person. Sure, he's a nice guy. I always think of the Colby Covington things that Colby said about him, though, like how he's creepy and he rides around in a soccer bus picking up little kids. Or in a school bus picking up little kids. Definitely seems like a nice guy. He's like a real life... It makes me think of Cobra Kai. Like, would Wonder Boy fight to the death over his karate? I think he might. He might be like the guys from Cobra Kai that would fucking blow up the boat and fight to the death over a kid's karate. Like, he's a nice guy when he's dealing with adults and, like, humans and blah, blah, blah. But then when it comes to kids' karate, he's probably a fucking maniac. Is my theory on it, but... we'll see. I'll try, like I say it every time I go live, I want to try to get back into interviewing fighters. I really fell off with that, but he could be a guy that I could try to get in touch with and do a little short Zoom call with. If not, I could definitely go, if I ever went to, where is he from, South Carolina or North Carolina, whatever, I could definitely walk into his gym and drop a couple names and try to do something with him. Yeah, seems like a good guy. You see, Silktown, now we're agreeing on stuff. He does need to stop fighting, though. Is he retired yet, Wonder Boy? Yeah, Buckley's good, but the problem with Buckley is he's not getting his due. Like he fought Colby. Colby's getting up there in age. He fought Colby on short notice. Little bit of a controversy stoppage, in my opinion, for the cut. He fought Wonderboy when Wonderboy's getting up there in age. He fought Luque after Luque just came off of a brain bleed and wasn't as, like he's not beating these guys at their best. So he's getting the name on his resume, but he's not getting the respect or the due of beating these guys in his prime. He still needs those wins, like that win to get him over to the next level. Yeah, I'd love to see Wonderboy versus MVP, even though it would probably just be a boring feint fight, but it could be. It could, if it delivers the way that my brain thinks it could be an exciting fight. A stylistic, exciting point fight. But yeah, he's definitely up there in age. He's on his way out, Wonderboy. What's up, Ali? Yes, Ankalaev definitely gorilla build. He could do it tomorrow. He could. There's a chance, but I gotta lean towards Pereira. Pereira's been finding a way to win, other than the Adesanya fight, but I feel like that was a case of overconfidence. He already beat the guy a couple times. TKO'd him, was just stalking Adesanya too heavy, and then Adesanya threw that right hand from the hip and caught him. I also think cutting to 85 definitely impacted Pereira's chin. So at 205, Pereira probably has more durability. 185, he was definitely sucked out. Yeah, I won money on MVP with Shower Bullet. I don't know about Tom versus Jones. We'll see. But yeah, MVP was going to fuck up Shower Bullet. I feel like it was just a matter of time before. Because Shower Bullet's whole, I've seen it the few times he's been grappled. He seems like he's not all there in the grappling as good as he is of a striker. So I figured I thought Petrosian would exploit that. But Petrosian chose to stand up with him and then got like the double spinning back elbow. Ankalaev seemed very confident at that press conference, and he was talking shit too, saying like, "There'll be no Chama. There will be no Chama. I'm gonna shut this guy down." So he's definitely confident coming in, and it's well deserved. I feel like he beat Blachowicz. He hasn't lost since that Paul Craig fight. I think he's won like 10 fights in a row or something crazy. 9 fights in a row. I forget the exact number, but he's on a winning streak. I thought he beat Blachowicz. Should have been champion then. So he's definitely the toughest test. I'd have to rewatch the fight. I remember it being close, but I did just look that fight up recently on MMA Decisions. If I always tell people, go to MMADecisions.com and type in the fight. And now, again, the judges aren't always the most knowledgeable. The people whose scores you're going to read aren't the most knowledgeable. They're the fucking combat sports journalists, the people cage side and people who send in their scorecards. But it gives you like a bigger sample size of how people scored the fight. And more people thought Pereira won than Jan. But there were people that scored it for Jan. Who the fuck is Mullet? Is Mullet Lopez? I mean, I'm rooting for Jamal Hill against Roundtree. I'm not a big Roundtree fan. I know he won a lot of people over, getting beat up the way he did and staying in there by Pereira, but I'm rooting for Patty. I like Chandler. I like the Jimmy comes from, but I'm rooting for Patty. Patty's won me over. And it's Chama, Pereira, Timon. I'm not concerned about Volk. I'm not sold on Lopez yet. I feel like Ilya and Islam are two of the best, and that's who Volk lost to. I feel like he'll be able to put enough shit together to beat Lopez. I don't know what MMA Guru explained, but it's just judges. It's just judging is a little biased sometimes. That's not true. I don't know about that, how it benefits the sport, but it's not the easiest job. If you're not zoned in, you don't have a good angle where you're sitting cage side, it's tough. Watching on TV, we have the best angle. Boxing's definitely corrupt. I don't know about MMA though. Like Cyril Gane versus Volkov, there's no reason for them to rig that fight. How Patty beat Gordon, you're saying? I mean, I guess you could say there was a reason for them to rig that fight, or a reason. I don't think there was a reason for them to rig Jones versus Reyes. If Reyes beat Jones, Reyes would have been a superstar. Vegas is definitely corrupt, though. I mean, John's fights were close, but they were close enough for him to win. It's a judge's discretion. Cyril Gane's not a huge draw. He didn't sell good on his pay-per-views. His fights don't do good numbers. I don't think he's that big of a draw where they're going to rig the fights to him. I think Nina Drama sucks. Not a fan. I think she's pretty cringy. When she first came in, like her first couple interviews, I was like, oh, she's not bad. And then the more I saw of her, I thought she was terrible. Yeah, I think Bilal could have success at middleweight. I think he cuts a lot to make 170. That he could definitely have a little bit more gas, which is crazy because he's pretty good with his cardio at 85. But there's some tough the thing too though, there's some tough matchups at the top of 85, but 85 is a weaker division than 70. 70 and 55 are the most stacked divisions. Hardest divisions to become a champion in. Yeah, Bilal definitely has a good gas tank. And that's the thing. People sleep on Bilal. Bilal's grappling's good. His striking's effective. He's had a couple of losses, and people kind of want to bury him because of those, but it's about how you make the adjustments off the losses. Like, that's usually what a loss shows you is what your holes are. And if you fix them, like I feel like we've seen Bilal fix them in real time, definitely improved his striking, definitely improved his game plan. Like, we've seen Bilal lose and then come back looking very improved. Yeah, his grappling's good. I've never been to a Diddy party, unfortunately. Not that I'd go for the kids. I'd go for the hoes. But no little kids. No Diddy. No little kids. That's the sickest thing you could do. I think I saw Trump trying to do that. Like, if you're convicted or even whatever of pedophilia, you should be fucking death sentence. Like, how they have a sex offenders registry? It should just be death. No registry, no chance for redemption, nothing. You should be given the death penalty and shot on TV. Canelo. Bilal is like Canelo. Haven't you heard? You didn't see that quote, Silktown? That's a real quote. I don't know about Free Diddy, but if he had a hoe party, I'd definitely go for the hoes. I would not go for the kids, though. Yeah, I think Shavkat could beat Leon. Shavkat's good. I think Ian Gary's good, too. I feel like after that fight, a lot of people started selling Shavkat a little short because Ian Gary gave him such a tough fight. But I think Ian Gary's solid. We want to hate Ian Gary because, might be a cuck. He's had a little bit of fishy shit go on. He's got like that weird situation with his baby mama, wife, whatever you want to call it. He's a little cringy, trying to be like the bootleg Conor McGregor, but I think he's got some skills. He's definitely showing that he's skilled in his fights. I don't know. Leon showed he has a pretty glaring hole with his grappling against Usman. You forget that too. Usman beat him clear 3-0 in the first fight. Was beating him in the second fight till he got head kicked. And then the third fight, you kind of saw age get caught up with Usman. But then even the third fight was competitive. So he definitely has a hole in his grappling. Then we saw Bilal completely dominate him. Like, there's a realm where Shavkat and Ian Gary dominate Leon. Leon showed he's a little one-dimensional. What's up, D. Williams? Happy birthday. Is that the D. Williams? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Usman. Usman has turned down some fights. I don't know if he had injuries going on or what was going on with Usman, but um, he could. But it's like I've said it numerous times. It's easier to become champion than it is to stay champion. So I think that was Leon's problem. He kind of got exploited where his weaknesses were, and now those are glaring weaknesses. He can be outworked. He can be outgrappled. Like I mean, if we're being honest, the Usman kick was a little bit of luck. If you take all the rounds him and Usman have fought, Usman's won most of the rounds. I mean, Usman was at the high altitude too. I think Usman has probably been on something for a while. He's maintained his muscle mass in like an ungodly way that he's definitely on something. But again, he's probably on some legal shit. It's you look at the list, you see what's banned, you find something that replicates that's not on the ban list. That's how the drug testing game works. Um, kind of. Usman splits his camps. Even when that whole thing happened where it was announced that he left, he didn't really leave. He still trained in South Florida for a majority of the time, and then he kind of go for a few weeks to um what's his name, Trevor Whitman at high altitude. He doesn't train there year round. He spends more time in South Florida. Yeah, he spends way more time in South Florida, Usman. Him too, though. Like I've met a lot of fighters. I've only had bad interactions with a few. Usman's actually one of them. Where Usman and Dennis Bermudez used to be very close friends, and then Usman kind of got his ego got a little big, so he kind of became like I guess a shitty friend, kind of like with big time Dennis. So like I went to an Eagle FC, the events Khabib used to put on, and it just so happened that it wound up an empty hallway, and it was just me and Kamaru Usman in this empty hallway, and I'm standing there, he's walking towards me, and I went, "Hey, Kamaru Usman," and I'm thinking I'm gonna go, "Hey, Kamaru Usman, my name's Stanley. I'm friends with Bermudez. I'm friends with a lot of a couple of other guys that you train with and you're friends with." And I went like, "Hey, Usman," and he looked up at me and then put his head back down and just started walking. Didn't shake my hand or nothing. And I went, "Oh, okay, like I do a podcast with the fucking Menace." And he turned back around, looked at me, and just threw me like a half-hearted fist bump, and then walked away. And I was kind of like, "Oh, he just big-timed me a little bit." And then never really had another interaction with him, but I got kind of big-timed by Usman. And then no, but Potan will win, Lewis, I think. And then my other worst interaction was, and that's not the worst, but my worst was probably, oh, what the fuck's his name, right? Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland was a douche. Not a Kevin Holland fan. I'd root against Kevin Holland. He was pretty douchey. Thought because we both smoke weed and I thought he's one of the bros, we'd be cool, but he was a total douche. This boy that he was with was mad cool, but Kevin Holland, total douche. He big timed me as well, where I was like, "Hey, Kevin Holland," tried to talk to him about MMA, and he just walked away from me and was like, "I don't know you. You're not media. I know. I'm not fucking with you. I'm walking away." And I was like, "Well, if you actually stayed and talked with me, we would know each other." And he was like, I've been to endless UFC events. He was like, "I've never seen you at a UFC, so I don't know you. You're not UFC media." And I was like, man, what a fucking douche. Definitely came off as a douche. And even right before that, I watched him like big time little kids. He was like, he took a picture with one little kid, then he started kind of being dickish to other little kids. Yeah, he's kind of a tool, not Buckley, Kevin Holland. Buckley seems like a good dude. Let me see. Leon's body lost energy after the first round. Yeah, but Usman was at high altitude too, and he doesn't train there year round. What's up, Jay Slice? Well, Bilal's fighting JDM. Oh, if Bilal beats Shavkat and JDM, he's the welterweight goat. I don't know about that. It'll be good for him. I don't know. Hooker seems like he's coming to his own lately. He's fighting very good these last few fights. Him versus Holloway could be interesting. No, I'm banned from TikTok right now. Those fuckers got me. I'm gonna go live on TikTok tomorrow night, and I just gotta try again not to get banned. I'm pretty sure if I get banned tomorrow night on TikTok, they're gonna delete my account. So we'll see. Yeah, that sucks. I was really looking forward to Hooker versus Gaethje. You know, we've already seen Gaethje versus Fiziev, so. But yeah, those motherfuckers on TikTok got me again. I get banned every weekend. Every weekend I try to go live with some fights, they ban me. It's because I could talk a little bit differently on YouTube than I can on TikTok. So I'll say some shit that I could say on YouTube, and that I get banned on TikTok. Gaethje versus Hooker would have been a banger. They were going to do 5 rounds, but now, yeah, him versus Fiziev's only 3 rounds. If Bilal beats Usman, Leon rematch, and Pratis and Buckley and Ian Gary, then he's to go. I mean, yeah, if he cleans out the division, but I feel like who's he stack up against? GSP had a pretty long run, so he's got to have more title defenses than GSP to be in the conversation. Yeah, they get me. I mean, LeBron, I can answer that by saying I love America. So if that gives you the answer, I love America. Big American. Bro, I don't even know what it is. Every weekend I go live on TikTok and they fucking get me for some type of bullshit. No, TikTok lets me speak the truth about John Jones not being a duck and simply wanting money. But yeah, those motherfuckers on TikTok. Like last weekend, I almost had I almost crashed out over it because it happened again. It's like every fucking weekend. Now they put a little strike on my TikTok account where it says account warning or some shit like that. So they're out to get me. It's fucked up. Um, I don't know. I feel like we saw the the ceiling for Pavlovich. He had a lot of steam. Then he lost to Aspinall. Then he lost to Volkov. We kind of see that Pavlovich is like a one-trick pony a little bit. And he's good when he's the hammer. He's not so good when he's the nail. You know, that's how you become the top of the division. You got to be able to be the nail, too, at moments. And you got to get past that. If you can't, then you're not going to be the champ. You're not going to be too successful. So, Pavlovich obviously is going to be a lot bigger, but like Pavlovich might have the grappling to rip ahead to the floor. Yeah, the heavyweight division is very shallow. I forget who did a breakdown on it. Maybe John Morgan. There's only like 28 or 30 people signed in the heavyweight division. And if other than the top of the heavyweight division, like the top 10, top 5 even, it's pretty weak. I mean, Aljo's in the mix. He's the most decorated bantamweight champion, has the most title defenses, has the most wins at bantamweight, if I'm not mistaken. And at 145, he just took Mosvar, who's the uncrowned, if you will, number 1 contender, should have been fighting for the title over Lopez. Just took him to a really close fight. That fight, they could have ran that fight back as a 5-round main event to a fight night, and who knows how that one goes. But Aljo's in the mix. The problem is Aljo's got other interests outside of fighting, and he's getting up there in age, so I don't know how much longer he's got left. I think Aljo's smart. He's not going to ride it till the wheels fall off. He's going to get out before it starts getting ugly. So I don't know how much longer Aljo fights, to be honest. I know he's got a lot going on outside of the UFC. I know he does a lot of stuff with real estate, and I know he has a rum company, and pretty sure his podcast is successful. The heavyweight division's so thin. That's how Sergey Spivak keeps getting big fights. He's a gatekeeper. I mean, arguably, he's number 2 right now. I don't think Islam is number 1. Islam has never gone up in weight. His resume is built off of guys who used to fight at 45. I don't think Islam is number 1. I think John Jones is number 1. I think Behead is number 2. Arguably, I'd say even Volk could be on par, if not ahead of Islam. Because I feel like pound for pound is what happens when your skills transcend weight classes. But the best example of that is guys that actually transcend weight classes. Yeah, we've seen Volk go up to 55 and do good. His skills transcended weight classes. Yeah, but I'm talking about the one fight I don't even count. He lost on short notice to Islam. I'm talking about the one fight that he finished the decision. He looked good. And I'm talking about skills transcending weight classes. Max is up there. I'd put Max above Islam. Again, that's how I look at pound for pound. Everyone obviously looks at it differently. My pound for pound argument is, have you transcended and gone to a different weight class and your skills moved? We've never seen Islam move up. And again, Islam's resume is built off of fighting guys who used to fight at 45. I hate that people always say Islam's number one. I'm like, he's not. How is he number one? Who did John Jones lose to that he's not number one? I think there's a bunch of people tied with Islam at number 3 or number 4. I think number 1 is Jones. Number 2 is Pereira. I like Kobe Bryant, at least, Mamba Forever. But I think until he loses. So if he's not number 1, then Pereira is number 1. I mean, he took that break for the few years, left the rankings, but he's come back now at heavyweight, a new weight class, and won 2 fights. So that's activity. But yeah, Pereira has been there doing it. He had fights at 85, he won, was a champion. Had fights at 205, he won, now a champion. Yeah, Volk used to be really big at his rugby days. If Elia moves up and has success, he'll be up there. He's in there, Connor. That prime Connor. I feel like Connor kind of tarnished his record a little bit. Taking the Floyd fight, losing to Poirier, kind of outed his way, but he used to, that little stretch before the Floyd fight and even the Nate Diaz fight kind of hurt him a little bit. But Connor was good in his heyday at the height of his career. But only one big win at featherweight when he beat Aldo, and then he never defended the title, so that hurts him a little bit. So skills-wise, could have been in the conversation. But for what he's done for the sport, he's the fucking man. He 20x the sport, made the sport grow like nobody else ever has. Like the UFC was like this, then Conor McGregor got it like this. Now it's still like this. It's back to this now. There's no superstars that are transcending the sport the way Conor McGregor did. Conor absolutely changed the game. Pratis is probably too big for Conor. Conor's all jacked up right now on the juice, but Pratis is probably way too big for Conor. Yeah, Almeida's underrated, but the problem with Almeida is who beat him? Was that Curtis Blades that caught him with those elbows? If he would have beat Curtis Blades, he was well on his way to a title shot, but Curtis Blades caught him. And then we've seen other people fuck up Curtis Blades, so kind of like, he's here, then he loses to Blades, then Blades loses, and he's got to stay below Blades, so he's a few fights away. I'm not sure how old Almeida is, but I'm sure he has time. I don't know who Poirier is going to fight for his retirement. Who do you guys want to see him fight is the question. Because I feel like it's such a... I mean, the best fight they could do is him versus Conor and just make a big truckload of money for that one, close the door on it. Perfect world, that's what they do is Conor Poirier rematch. Even though he probably fucks Conor up again. Yeah, no, he had other wins at 45. I'm talking about how he kind of didn't extend his 45 legacy when he won the belt. He just moved up to 55. Then he lost to Diaz. Like, he always had kind of stop-starts of building his resume. Could have been one of the all-time greats, but he kind of, took the Floyd fight and then lost those fights to Diaz and to Poirier. He kind of took himself out of the GOAT conversation. I'm going with Pereira for the main event, Chris Reigns. I think he gets it done. I think Almeida's game's pretty rounded out. He's not the biggest heavyweight, and he got caught with those elbows. I'm pretty sure that's the only fight he lost, right? I mean, he's live against Aspinall, but I think Aspinall's definitely the favorite there. Yeah, he surprised me taking Blades down. Blades is a really good wrestler. I got Pajeda tomorrow. I got Gaethje tomorrow. Yeah, that was very impressive, him taking down Blades. Blades is a good wrestler. Marab's way too small for Volk. You know, Volk struggles. It's like a thing, too, when guys make weight. Like, Volk's not 45 walking around for 4 days. He's like 165, starts cutting weight, then gets down to like 55, then completely sucks his body out. He can't hang out at 45. I think Marab walks at like 50. Marab is not very big. I've met Volk in person. I've met Marab. Volk's a lot bigger than Marab. I could see Dustin versus Dan Hooker, but yeah, I want to see him fight Conor. That would be the best fight they could do. They could do Poirier versus Jim Miller. That wouldn't be the worst fight. I feel like Poirier smacks him up, though. They could do Dan Hooker. Chama, Chris Reigns. That Alvarez win by McGregor you're talking about? Yeah, that was that was walking on water type performance. Alvarez isn't the biggest 55er though. He's not a big 55er. So that was a perfect matchup for Conor. Yeah, the third fight I don't really count. Conor had moments, Poirier had a few more moments, and then he broke his leg. I think Rufy's going to fuck up Bobby Green, unfortunately. I'm rooting for Bobby Green. Like I was saying earlier, my old jiu-jitsu coach is now Bobby Green's jiu-jitsu coach, Marco Scalval. And I've talked to Bobby Green in the past. He's a good dude, smokes weed, rooting for him, but he's 38. Rufy's young. He's on a winning streak. It's going to be a tough fight. I don't think Gene Silva's a future champ. I feel like we've seen him a little bit struggle on the ground. And right now he's a little bit hyped up because he's not fighting that upper echelon of the division. I think even if he beats Bryce Mitchell, it's the next step past Bryce Mitchell that I don't think he's going to get past. But we'll see. Could be surprised. Nah, Poirier already busted up Max Holloway twice. I don't want to see that fight again. But, I mean, if they ran that fight, I wouldn't be too upset about it, but I feel like the first two fights were a little ugly. Pantoja versus O'Malley. You've seen that video of them sparring in the past, right? O'Malley might be too big for Pantoja. Pantoja could win fights at 135, but I don't think he's got the size. Yeah, Eddie Alvarez is a legend. Rooting for Bobby Green, but it's going to be tough. I wouldn't be surprised if Rufy just fucking destroys him, because Bobby Green, he's not going to change his style. And Rufy's long. Rufy looked bigger than him at the weigh-ins. Yeah, O'Malley should not be getting that rematch with Merab. That shit's trash. Definitely some bullshit there. If I get ESPN Plus, no, you got to pay for the main card. And they got bullshit coming at you. They want you to pay for Amanda Lemos versus Jacine Lucindo. I said it on a video I made. They should be offering a fucking discount for this pay-per-view card. Like, hey, guys, Fight Week, UFC 313, we're offering you guys a discount. Why? Because we fucked up. And we put a shitty girl fight on the main card of the pay-per-view. So we're only giving you guys a 4-fight pay-per-view, basically, and a bathroom break. Some bullshit. I think Yair is way too big for Pitbull. But Pitbull's game. We've seen Pitbull beat bigger guys before, but he's old. That's the biggest issue, is Pitbull's old. Was that fight on short notice when he fought Dustin the second time? I don't know if it was on short notice that time. I think you're thinking when he fought Khabib and he fucked up making weight. I think him versus Poirier was on. They had enough notice for that fight, if I'm not mistaken. O'Malley scared to fight guys his own size. Yeah, we definitely need crack streams back. I mean, I always tell people, if your stream goes down or anything, type in, for you guys in the chat, Go to Sports Surge. If you guys know how to navigate through the bullshit of a streaming page, go to Sports Surge. Type in Sports Surge, and you'll find something in there. Conor versus Eddie, yeah. Best flow state. Up there. Yeah, UFC UK gets free pay-per-views, which is fucking crazy. Um, who should Marab fight? I don't know. I'd have to look at the rankings at 135. Who are the options for Marab right now? Definitely shouldn't be O'Malley. I feel like there was other options that are getting looked over. Chama. Chama. I mean, I don't know if Poirier was much bigger. He was definitely more filled out for the weight class, but Poirier is a former 45 or 2. I got Bruno for that fight. I feel like Armin Petrosian has shown a couple times not the highest fight IQ, so where he should take Bruno Ferreira down. He's bigger than Bruno Ferreira. He's probably going to strike with him. He's probably going to exit out of an exchange, not with his hands up, and Bruno's going to leap in and clip him. All right, so he's already beaten all 3 of them. I guess if I'm talking for Marab, fight O'Malley. It's probably the biggest money draw. Probably Tyson Fury in a kickboxing match. Maybe DC. DC's got some sneaky kicks. So even if you guys know, the old school guys will know, they used to call DC Kung Fu Panda because he used to throw like crazy jump kicks. And if you watch some of his old, he only did it like once or twice in the UFC. I know he did it against Frank Mir, but if you watch his old Strikeforce fights, he used to throw like some leaping jump kicks, and they used to land DC. And I don't think Tyson Fury, he's not like the Klitschko's. He doesn't have a kickboxing background, so maybe I'd lean towards DC. But he'd definitely be undersized against Fury. I think Sandhagen would beat O'Malley. Sandhagen's a problem. I feel like they're very similar builds, and I feel like Sandhagen might be the crisper of the 2 strikers, probably has better cardio, better grappling. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if O'Malley beat him too, but I think I'd lean towards Sandhagen in that one. Marab already beat Peter Yan. And you remember after that fight, Marab went to like shake someone's hand and he walked past Peter Yan, and Peter Yan like flinched. Was like, oh no, not another takedown. Please don't grab me again. And then he realized like that Marab was just going to talk to somebody else. Peter Yan had PTSD after Marab. I mean, a lot of the guys that Marab fought, they can make a few adjustments. You know, you see Marab, his whole is clearly his striking. He gets hit a lot. He gets hit enough, but his cardio is amazing. His wrestling's really good. He's not even controlling guys on the ground. I think he could do that 50-45 thing to everybody. It's a hard style to deal with. And then it's like when you're in an exchange with Marab, if you don't catch him, he's in there. He might catch you with something because he swings wild. He's durable, Marab. I think you gotta knock Marab out to stop him. He's got a chin. We've seen it. And his gas tank is out of this world. Yeah, I think we see that a lot with Peyton Talbot. I think what's his name's underrated though too, Hani Barcelos. I won money on that fight too. And not even because I was like, yo, this is definitely I just saw that he was too big of an underdog. And Peyton Talbot's still a little bit unproven. Yeah, Peter Yan also had that little skid that he's now over. So Peter Yan's in the mix. Yeah, a lot of people I saw took that fight and won. I had that fight luckily before the fight, just because I've seen Hani Barcelos is an inconsistent fighter, but Peyton Talbot's unproven. I saw that they had him. I forget what the odds were, but they had him as a huge underdog. So I forget. I think I threw like $20 or $25 on it, and it hit something small, but it was a nice little chunk to win. But yeah, Tomorrow night should be a great night of fights. I'm going to start doing this more, jumping on. I'm going to call it MMA Late Night, where I just get on. I had to fight through that one troll earlier. I think it was like 800 or 900. So it was up there that I was like, what the fuck? Why is he such a big underdog? They really were riding Peyton Talbot, and I was very confused by that. Because, again, if you can't grapple at the UFC level, you're going to get fucked up. And Peyton Talbot definitely showed that's a major hole. I will be purchasing the pay-per-view. Nah, I'll be buying it. So I don't got to get the freezes. That's always the best remedy, is having some friends over, you all chip in on it. My problem is I used to do that when I was on Long Island. Now I live in upstate New York. I live in the middle of nowhere. I'm 20 minutes from all my neighbors and shit. It's fucking terrible. Like town, stores are 20 minutes away. Everything's 20 minutes away. And I don't really have friends up here. My friends are in South Florida or Long Island. Yeah, so you're in the far Rockaways. I'm in a place called Statsburg. It's past Poughkeepsie. It's far. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think Bobby Green wins that fight. Far Rockaway's nice, though. I used to go there as a youngster. I don't have a Fire Stick. I should get one, though. Yeah, but Bobby Green, I hope he pulls it out, but I think he's going to take an L. He's too old. He's getting up there in age. He never changed his fighting style. Candy Qua, I don't know what that is. What is that? Candy Aqua? Yeah, I feel like I know a lot of people are high on Lopez. I feel like that's what we're seeing with Lopez right now. He's getting all this hype. It's like, bro, you guys know that Mosvar ragdolled him a couple fights ago. You guys know Dan Ige almost killed him in the third round. Like, Dan Ige was very close to fucking up and stealing that fight from Diego Lopez. Go rewatch that fight before you start putting your money on Lopez to beat Volk. I'm not from Borough Park. Yeah, I've only been up here for like a year and a half. I don't know too much. It might be further upstate. I'm a little bit north. I'm 20 minutes north of Poughkeepsie. Terrible though. I didn't realize it was this bad when I moved up here. I'm a city person. I moved up here from living in. So I grew up on Long Island and then I lived in South Florida. I moved up here from living in Fort Lauderdale. Terrible. Complete change of life. Fucking terrible. Then I got into a car accident, fucked myself up physically. Now I got 6 herniated discs in my neck and my back. Oh, so that's way up there. Fuck that. It's too cold here for me. So as you go up, I used to work an hour north at a metal recycling yard, like a family metal recycling yard, and it used to be like 7 degrees colder. I couldn't even deal with it. It was fucking disgusting. I'm not Jewish, but shout out to the Jews. Got no beef with the Jews. I don't know what Borough Park is. I'm not sure, Rooster. I could see some fights going to a decision, though. Not sure which ones, but... Who's Lerone Murphy fighting? I'm not a Jew from Brooklyn. Miranda. I'm an Italian Irish kid from Long Island. Ooh, that is a tough one. But Emmett's getting up there in age, so that's what I worry about for Emmett. You're good. No insults. I didn't take offense to it. Where are you from, Miranda? Emmett versus Murphy's a good one, though. That's definitely a test for Murphy. Hello, Arlene. I am Irish, too. I love Irish people. Irish people are cool. Murphy called out Emmett after Dan Ige wobbled him in the first round. People sleep on Dan Ige, too. Dan Ige's a fucking dog. Yeah, Yonkers isn't too far from me. Shout out Yonkers. Ige's a fucking dog, though. You can't sleep on Dan Ige. That's even like I was just saying. If you go watch the Lopez Ige fight, what did he took that fight on a day's notice? Is that the one he took on a day's notice? He was fucking Lopez up at the end of that fight. Yeah, 50K Ige. Him too. Always been very cool, Dan Ige. The interactions I've had with him. So Ige used to be the PR guy. Now John Morgan's wife is the PR lady for Dominance MMA for Ali Abdelaziz's roster. But Dan Ige used to be the PR guy. He was an MMA fighter, and his side job was he used to handle the PR for all the fighters. He used to handle it, and Puna Soriano was actually like his assistant. So to book interviews for Ali's guys back in the day, you used to have to go through Dan Ige or Puna. And then when they both started having more success in their fighting career, Puna got into the UFC. Dan Ige was in the UFC, but started winning some fights and really working his way up. Maybe even after he won the 50K, he was like, I'm not doing this PR shit anymore. No, I think Dan Ige is better than Neil Magny. Neil Magny is the definition of the gatekeeper. But okay, maybe now that I said that, that could be Ige too, but Ige is definitely better. Magny isn't the best. But he's won a couple of those fights where you're like, he's going to get fucking destroyed, and then he wins. I think Bahamondes... Oh, wait. How do you think Bahamondes is going to do against a black? Like against a black guy? I think he's going to win tomorrow, Bahamondes. Yeah, I thought that Turner would look a lot bigger than Bahamondes, but they looked like the same size, same build. So I think Bahamondes is the better fighter. More skilled. The best gatekeeper? That's a tough one. I mean, dare I say Dustin Poirier? Like, he was always a good benchmark. Never a champion, but always like the guy. Jeff Neal versus Carlos. Depends on which Jeff Neal shows up. I like Jeff Neal, so I'm always going to root for him, but the MMA nerds seem like they're on right now. But I think that's where they're going to have their issue, is this next upper echelon. Now we'll find out who's legit from that gym. The MMA, the fighting nerds. The best gotta be Jack Hermanson. Yeah, he was good. He was up there. I mean, you could almost say like Paulo Costa's kind of a gatekeeper. He's up there. You kind of think of guys who were never a champion, but were always that guy that if you beat, you get a title shot. Gilbert Burns, a pretty tough gatekeeper. Yeah, but I feel like that's also kind of a gatekeeper, a contender. A guy who has maybe fought for the title, didn't win. So your definition of gatekeeper is, I guess, a guy who never fought for the title? And you beat him, you get to the title contender fights? I feel like a gatekeeper is just a guy who never fought for the title, but if you beat him, you get into the upper echelon or you get a title shot, but different definition of it. Kai Kara France and Dan Hooked, let me see, are good gatekeepers. Yeah. Kai Kara France might get a title shot soon because that division's pretty thin. I don't know if we ever see Dan Hooker get a title shot. Remember that fight with Islam really set him back. Islam ragdolled him and then almost broke his arm. Okay, so that's what your definition of a gatekeeper is. Whitaker, Jacare was considered a gatekeeper. Yeah, Gilbert, I mean, he's got the test. And we were just talking about that earlier. I'm worried for Gilbert because Morales is young. Gilbert's old. He's getting up there in age. He's still hungry, though. And Gilbert, they spar hard at Killcliff, Sanford. So Gilbert's got some miles on him in the gym. And he's an old school Blackzilians guy. They used to spar really hard in that gym. Yeah, so a little difference of opinion on a gatekeeper, but yeah, a guy who's around that. Well, or are there different levels of gatekeeper? There's the gatekeeper that breaks you into the top five, the gatekeeper that breaks you into title contention. I mean, he almost beat Usman. He almost beat Kamzat too. Yeah, I wouldn't call Whitaker a gatekeeper. You could turn into a gatekeeper though if you're a former champion and now like it's pretty much for Whitaker. If you beat Whitaker, you get a title shot. It's all subjective. Same thing as scoring fights. It's how do you score a fight? Do you score it on control? Do you score how heavily do you score takedowns? Do you score damage? Do you score volume? A lot of fighting is subjective, and it depends on what you're seeing and what you like. But yeah, there's been some good gatekeepers. Trying to think of some other good ones that would like stand out, but I feel like Neil Magny, I guess, is the prototypical gatekeeper. Any Jewish gatekeepers? Um, I do not know. I don't think Kenny Florian's Jewish, is he? Jack Hermanson exposed Joe Pyfer. Is Jack Hermanson still fighting? I feel like that happens though with young fighters sometimes. Like Joe Pyfer's ceiling could still be higher. He just got stopped there. We've seen a lot of people. Paul Craig has stopped a bunch of people that went on to then be a lot better. Paul Craig is right. Paul Craig beat Ankalaev, if I'm not mistaken. Paul Craig beat Jamal Hill, who then went on to become a champion. I feel like he's got another big win too, Paul Craig. Yeah, I feel like Joe Pyfer. I feel like they're trying to avoid that now with what's his name, with Bo Nickel. They're trying not to have him jump the line too quick. If Pereira wins, we might get Jones versus Potan. If Ankalaev wins, we could get Jones Aspinall. I think Jones is waiting for money. We talked about it at length earlier. Everything with John Jones right now depends on contract negotiations and the UFC not wanting to give in to his demands. Dana White probably chuckles and laughs when the fans shit on John Jones and call him a duck and all that shit because it kind of helps his negotiating power and his leverage. That's the whole issue right now is leverage and money. It all comes down to money. Yeah, and people shitted on Bo Nickel for that fight with Paul Craig, but I thought that was a good performance. He showed a little bit more of his striking. He fought smart. Guys have those type of fights before they start getting more comfortable and really turning in better performances. That shit happens all the time. Conor McGregor had that type of fight with Max Holloway, where he kind of fought outside of his style and just got a win. We've seen that with a bunch of people where they kind of don't fight how they wind up looking and what becomes their style until later on. They have those weird looking fights early on. Yeah, you mean Bo Nickel knew the submission threat of Paul, but even there, I feel like Bo Nickel's good on the ground. He could have went on the ground with him. If Jones wins, he will have more reason for himself to push for the fight. All just comes down to money. For John Jones, I don't think it matters who wins the fight tomorrow. All comes down to money. And the UFC not wanting to give in to John Jones's demands. They don't want to set that precedent. They just gave him a bump in pay when he came back for Cyril Gain. They're behind the scenes. I'd imagine they're pissed at him for wanting another bump in pay. They do not respond well to threats or people holding them out for money. I don't think he won against Kamzat. It was super close, though. If he would have got that score, those judges' scorecards, I wouldn't have been upset. But yeah, I don't know if we see John Jones versus Aspinall because the money's not going to be there. The UFC's not going to pay him. I would love to see them. Could you ever see Bruce Venture versus Chris Strokes? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, they were shitting on Bo Nickel after that fight. I think 20 to 25 million for Jones is good enough. 30 million and above is too much. I feel like that's unfortunately what Jones wants. Jones wants 30, 40 million for this fight. I don't know who you're talking about. Mick Bull versus Lucas Frost. Are these video game characters? Isn't Lucas Frost the guy in the video game? Yeah, Cyril Gane's an outlier, though. You see a few of those guys. They're outliers when they start fighting that late. Yeah, I don't even know who you guys are talking about. Ryan Madison versus Andrew Curves. Don't know any of these people. But again, said it before, tomorrow is going to be a good night of fights. Very excited for it. I'm up late right now, so I'll sleep late tomorrow. Hopefully the day doesn't drag. It's not too long. And these fights get here quick. If you guys haven't and you've enjoyed, throw me a subscribe. Go follow my other channel, Stan the Man MMA. Trying to get some numbers up on that one. I'll be going live on both of them tomorrow as well as TikTok. Doing a little commentary, some play-by-play for the fights. Talking about whatever you guys want to talk about. Bickering with the trolls. Dana said it himself that it all comes down to deciding when and where the fight will happen. Yeah, Dana also said Conor was fighting in 2023, 2024, and 2025. I feel like it just comes down to money. They're just trying to... That's the elephant in the room right now, is that John wants money and the UFC doesn't want to pay him. The fans could make the fight happen. If you guys just started trolling UFC videos and UFC posts with John versus Aspinall, John versus Aspinall, John versus Aspinall, then I think they would throw the money at John Jones. But that's the issue right now. Even if it was Pereira and the UFC said, yes, we're going to do Pereira, John would have said, all right, we're going to rework my contract. I want more guaranteed money. I want a better cut of the pay-per-view, etc., etc. Gane was a furniture salesman, had only one street fight ever, and he started kickboxing, and coach asked him if he did this before. Was he really a furniture salesman? I thought he was like a basketball player, Cyril Gane. Or something like that. He did something in athletics. Soccer player? Juliana Pena started really late. There's a few outliers that started late. Does he hate John Jones? Does he love John Jones? Because he likes making videos about him. He does call out. He is the person who I saw with that saying that John was into some gay stuff, though. So even that, someone asked me earlier, I always say this whenever I'm asked about it. Someone said, what do I think of Nina Drama? She's kind of cringy. When I first saw her, I thought she'd be better than she was. Then the more I saw of her, I was like, oh, she's fucking annoying. The MMA Guru was the opposite. When I first saw him, I was like, this guy's fucking out there. Then the more I watched him, I'm like, oh, I fucking love this guy. This guy's great. But yeah, he completely won me over, the MMA Guru. Now I am definitely an MMA Guru fan. I am a Nina Drama hater. I think she sucks. I fuck with the MMA Guru, though. I like people who keep it honest. That's something you guys will get from this channel if you guys ever come. Not bullshitting you. Everything I say, we could vet in some which way, and just, I'm a straight shooter. I'm not into bullshit. I never understood why people lie and people bullshit. Honesty's always the best medicine. But UFC can pay him the big money and they choose not to. Oh yeah, they're absolutely capable. The problem that I have, if you will, with the UFC is that the bonuses have gone down. The pay has kind of stayed the same. And the company's 100x'd in value. The company's worth like $10 billion right now, but they're not paying the fighters more money. And Dana's even going out right now and starting a boxing promotion where they have the Ali Act. They have a better bargaining leverage for fight purses and whatnot. And the UFC fighters can't get that. UFC settled a court case because they did not want the fighters to get amended to the Ali Act. He does not want the fighters to get better pay, which is fucking insane. I think MMA fighters, and that's the crazy thing about boxing or MMA. Boxing at least had the Ali Act, which helped them out from like predatory practices, but MMA is never going to get there unless they get some kind of union or some kind of bargaining, some type of leverage in the bargaining. They're never going to get it. They all stand too much as individuals. Conor McGregor's never speaking up for the group. John Jones isn't speaking up for the group. They're always only speaking up for themselves. The only one I've ever seen speak up for a group, and it was just his group, was Nate Diaz. Nate Diaz was like, pay me what you're going to pay me, but sign all my friends. I never liked Nina Drama for her sexual acts and jokes is so annoying and cringe, but her interview with Ankalaev is alright. I haven't seen it. I stopped watching her interviews after she started to annoy me a little bit. I remember watching the early, like 1 or 2 early Strickland interviews. I was like, oh, she's funny. Then the more I saw her, she just started irritating me. Can't put my finger on it, just don't like her. Not the type of journalist I like to watch. I like Helen Yee, so you can't call me a sexist or say it's some bullshit or blah, blah, blah. I like Helen Yee. I like, there's probably another female I like. I like Laura Sanko. I like some other female reporters that are tied in with the UFC. I just don't like Nina Drama. Even Devin Haney has bigger pay than the UFC stars. Yeah, the boxing and UFC pay is so... But they have the Ali Act, so they are able to get better money. Yes, Khabib ruined Conor psychologically. Do you ever see Khabib post about Conor? Conor still posts about Khabib. Calls him smelly rat, all types of shit. Khabib lives rent-free in Conor's head. Yes, Dana is a harsh, a very stern businessman. Doesn't give a fuck about other people's pockets. He said it before. The fighters will move on and they will be replaced. I like the Schmo too. Little cringy sometimes with the voice and whatnot, but I've met the Schmo in real life and I've gotten both sides of it. I've gotten the actual dude, the Schmo. He's a good dude. I like the Schmo. Dana will also protect Jones because Jones is the draw. He'll tell us Jones is saying one thing because it makes Jones look like the GOAT. All comes down to money. Same reason why they're not so high on Conor McGregor right now. They're not talking about Conor because Conor wants to go out on his own. He doesn't want to re-sign a contract and wants more money. He wants a bigger piece of the pie. So the UFC's like, what do we do with Conor right now? Yes, Francis spoke up and he got outcasted. That's what happens. Randy Couture spoke up. Randy Couture is wiped from the UFC history books. And Dana White speaks ill of Randy Couture, and it's all because Randy Couture wanted more money. Yeah, I've met the Schmo a few times. The Schmo's a good dude. A lot of the MMA journalists are cringy, and you'll meet them and you kind of feel like they're snakish and they're kind of like douchebags. And then you see them at the press conference. They ask the stupidest fucking questions. The Schmo's a real one, though. What's up, Jay Slice? The crazy thing with Conor is, and I don't know how well you guys remember this. Some YouTubers said current Alex Pereira would beat 2020 John Jones. I think that's ridiculous. I think 2020 John. I think any John Jones until I see him beat, and not a close fight where he gets the decision. Until I see the L go on his record, he always finds a way to win. So I got Alex for tomorrow. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if Ankalaev shows up and puts on a performance of his life. But I think Ankalaev is going to stand with him. I think people are underestimating Pereira's grappling. But with Conor, like I was saying, the thing with Conor too is, remember, USADA was the drug testing company. Conor had a beef with USADA, and USADA was demanding that Conor had like 6 months of clean tests, and then went through another rigorous testing cycle, and then got a license to fight again, or able to fight again under the USADA banner. And the UFC was like, oh, we'll just get rid of fucking USADA. They got rid of USADA. Conor was supposed to fight, and then that fight fell out. Now they're with a new drug testing company, and there's no Conor. Whole reason and a whole big part of why I think they got rid of USADA was Conor McGregor's beef with USADA. And they thought this is the only way we're getting Conor back, and that kind of blew up in their face. And now we have no Conor. And now we have Conor coming out saying, I want out of my contract. I want to fight out my contract. Then I'm going to fight my own bare knuckle promotion. I want to fight Jake Paul. I want to fight KSI. I want to fight Logan Paul. He's not interested in signing a new deal with the UFC. I think the UFC thought they were going to sign a new deal with Conor, use that as leverage for when they renegotiate their TV deal and say, oh, well, we got Conor coming up in these big fights, so we'll have huge spikes on your program, on your Netflix or your ESPN. And Conor was like, no, that's not happening. I'm doing cocaine and fighting in bare knuckle. I'm fighting fucking Logan Paul. Conor's not into what the UFC's selling him right now. And I don't think the UFC is going, hey, Conor, we'll give you $100 million. They're going, hey, Conor, you have a contract. You owe us this fight for this much money. Conor's going, well, I just sold my liquor company for $600 million. I own bare knuckle. I fucking am doing good without you guys. So maybe I can get out of my contract, fight it out, and then I'll go make my own money. Yes. That's what I've been saying, Jay Slice, is people forget that Glover, for a minute, was the guy at 205. Granted, there was no John Jones, but Glover's arguably one of the best grapplers we've seen at 205. And he's had Alex from day one in Alex's MMA journey. Alex moved to Connecticut to train with Glover, to get better at grappling, train him with Glover. When Glover was at his height, Alex was his main training partner. I don't think Ankalaev is better than Glover in the grappling. Do you think they would have captured Ariel Helwani on October 7th if he was there? What is that? The Jews and Hamas? That whole thing? Probably. Ariel Helwani, too. Fucking snake. I'm not an Ariel Helwani fan. Never been an Ariel Helwani fan. I will watch Ariel Helwani videos when he has a good interview, like someone that I'm interested in, but I would never watch an Ariel Helwani video. I think he's a fucking weasel. I don't agree with Ankalaev would have destroyed Glover. In their primes, we're also talking about old Glover is who we saw. And we're also using it in the sense of Glover being such a technical grappler, that's a good training partner and a good trainer for Pereira. Zabit could have been a champion. Zabit was the guy. Ankalaev honestly would have a lot of success on the feet. He's a southpaw and a great boxer with a takedown threat. His hand speed is faster than Khalil. He's definitely live in this fight. There's a realm where Ankalaev fucking smokes Pereira. I just think Pereira's going to win. I think Ankalaev is going to stand with him and give Pereira opportunities. I have Ankalaev beating Pereira the first 3 rounds convincingly. But Pereira finds the finish in the 5th round. That'd be a crazy fight. I could see Ankalaev having some success, but I just think I haven't seen from him the grappling that he's going to need to beat Pereira. He might get lucky, and it is luck if he outstrikes Pereira on the feet. He winds up landing something. I think Pereira's a way better striker than him, proven. But yeah, back to Zabit. I think Zabit could have been champion. It sucks that we lost Zabit. I used to hear stories about Zabit. So Zabit used to train in New Jersey. So New Jersey's not far from where I was. And a lot of people used to like cross-train and whatnot. There's a story of him coming out to Serra's and fucking up Aljamain. And again, I was speaking earlier about Aljamain. Aljamain's really good. Not a lot of people have stories about beating up Aljamain in the gym. But Zabit was definitely that guy. Little bit of a cardio issue. I think he cut a lot of weight, but he would have improved off of those fights where he struggled. One, you see it like DDP and a lot of guys. They have these struggling fights or moments where they don't look invincible early on, but then they come on. Paulino Cruz is a big guy too, and his striking is good. Alex has a legit camp. Yeah, Paulino Cruz was really good on the regional circuit. He's got good grappling, good striking. Even though he's big now, he's not as slim as he used to be. The Jew want us to forget that Glover was also Chuck's main training partner. Yeah, for a long time. Glover got into the UFC a little bit, arguably past his prime, too, because he was having trouble getting back to America. For the longest time, Glover was supposed to come into the UFC a long time ago, but he couldn't get a visa. Ariel Helwani really isn't helping with the stereotypes. Yeah, Helwani's the worst. I have no idea. It's the UFC gave him so much access early on, and fighters gave him so much access early on that he became such a big name in MMA. He's a fucking goofball. Never trained, never threw a punch a day in his life. He's an armchair quarterback with no ground to stand on. And he's pushy. He asks stupid questions. He asks like leading questions. He tries to be a journalist like this is basketball or baseball when fighting's way more personable. Way more personal than any other sport. You can't treat it the same. You can't cover it the same. You can't think that it's fucking like baseball or basketball. Like, you don't know what these fighters go through. It's so mentally taxing to then get like this little fucking jerk off asking like leading questions and kind of like he just asks some stupid questions and he tries to stand on the grounds of like journalistic integrity when it's like, bro, I hope this guy pulls you in the back room and smacks the shit out of you. Like, one of my favorites is when Mayhem, who had some brain damage and was crazy, snapped on him and you saw Helwani get like, oh shit, like this guy, I feel I'm in trouble right now. But Helwani's the type of guy who will say some fucked up shit that you could get slapped or punched over and then play the victim. Like, what? What are you going to do? Hit me? Like, oh, you're going to hit me now? You're going to beat me up? It's like, yeah, I'm going to fucking smack the shit out of you because you just said some fucked up shit. But yeah, he's a goofball, Helwani. I'll get animated on Helwani. I can't stand that fucking guy. The weather, it's fucking freezing. We had a few days of warm weather. I felt great. Now it's 29 right now. And we've been having like windstorms. Islam said it himself that Ankalaev has great wrestling. Yes, I definitely think he's got solid wrestling, but I just don't think he's Khabib or Islam like a lot of people think he is. Like, he's not going to... He might, but I don't think he's going to come into this fight, take Pereira down, hit him with the Dagestani handcuff, and fucking ride him and fucking rear naked choke him real quick. I don't know about, that happening. Could, but... Zabit left for a good cause. What was the cause? I feel like he left probably for money, a better job, to become a doctor or something, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the UFC doesn't like Aljo. And yeah, Aljo, I've always known that about Aljo. He was the human backpack. So I always had size on Aljo. But I trained with Aljo many moons ago. And I'll be transparent with it. I submitted Aljo. And then there's only been like 3 or 4 people in my life that ever were like, we're doing another round. So Aljamain went with me until he gassed me out. And then he took my back and fucking strangled me. And I was a 55er. He was a 35er. But yes, I had some good work against Aljo, but I was bigger than him. But then I saw back then the craziness in Aljo that he was like, hey, man, we're going to go again. I was like, all right. And then the next round, he was like, we're going to go again. And his cardio completely outlasted me. And at this point, he was the CFFC and Ring of Combat champion. He was like 6-0 or 7-0, was right on the cusp of getting into the UFC. And he was going to be part of our gym. And the coaches kind of didn't give him the attention. Then he went to Serra's. They gave him the attention, and the rest was history. A lot of ego at my old gym. That we had a few guys like that where they came in, kind of didn't get the rub, and then they went to Serra's and basically made it to the UFC. But yeah, Aljo was always really good. Very mentally strong, great cardio, and he's been the backpack for the longest time. If you look at his early UFC fights, he was taking people's backs. Sometimes I'm salty about Pereira because he's very lucky. Let me actually move this so I can read it better. He's very lucky to not face the level of light heavyweight. Yeah, he's definitely in a thinner light heavyweight division, Pereira. I could see that. It's not as a murderer's row as it's been in the past. I feel like the later you start, you're fresher. Not necessarily. It's kind of a tale of two things. Like, if you start younger, you got better technique, but then you're also more beat up. Like, by the time I became an adult, like, I was way fucked up, past my prime at a young age because of injuries and because I started so young. Yeah. In case you can't tell, I've been hitting the head a lot. I started boxing when I was 7. I think Cejudo never should have came out of retirement. Cejudo's another case of, like John Jones, negotiations with the UFC went bad, and we wound up seeing Cejudo lose 3 years of his prime. When Cejudo retired, that was a negotiation tactic trying to get more money from the UFC. Did you see his beef with Jake Shields? Whose beef with Jake Shields? Mayhem was really close at Rampage. Yeah, they were really close back in the day. I do not like Luke Thomas. I don't know if he's a Jew like Ariel, but I'm not a Luke Thomas fan. And yes, I did submit Aljamain way back in the day. Bro, I had really good jiu-jitsu. And I was bigger than him. Aljamain, Ariel Helwani's beef with Jake Shields. I did not see that. Jones was fighting Thiago Santos. We now have Ank versus Hill, John Olberg, Alex. Well, I think he's speaking to the DC. Yeah, he's saying DC, Jones, Gus, Glover, Phil Davis, Rumble. I don't know if they'll beat ahead, but they're definitely interesting matchups. They were definitely stacked back then. It's stacked today, but I could see what he means by there was that little murderer's row back in the day. Cejudo wasted his prime for 3 years. He defeated the flyweight and bantamweight GOAT. Who was the bantamweight GOAT that he beat? Oh, Cruz. Yeah. Defended the title in 2 different weight classes. Yeah, I totally forgot about the Cruz fight, but the Cruz fight was the one where he was trying to get more money before that fight. UFC said, take this fight, we're not renegotiating. Then when he won, he retired, and he thought Dana White would be like, nah, here's money, here's more money, we want you to stay. Dana White was like, you're gone. Like, remember after the fight, he thanked Dana White, and Dana White just went, threw him one of those. And then the negotiation just didn't go well. I mean, I'm not going to speak on training like I just did. I probably shouldn't have even said anything, but I have a list of UFC guys that I've submitted. It's pretty long. I started training jiu-jitsu when I was like 13. So I was actually ahead of a lot of these guys. Ariel went on his podcast talking about us, the chosen people. Should have seen in his eyes when he said it. I don't watch Ariel, but that's fucking crazy. And yeah, Aljo was I think D3 wrestler from Cortland, but probably could have went D1. He just had horrible grades. And he started wrestling late, Aljo. Bro, Aljo was good, but don't slack, don't hate on your boy, bro. I was good back in the day. I still don't rate them above current killers, but yeah, that was that was definitely a golden era for 205 though. But it looked weaker than it was because Jones was beating everybody. And then he never got Rumble. Will we ever see a Jew become champion? Why are there so many Jew questions like this? Are you guys racist against Jewish people? Will we ever see a Jew become champion, or are they better suited behind the scenes on the business side? I don't know about that. We could see. Haven't we seen a Jew? Have we not seen a Jew in MMA successful? I'm not sure. They're definitely good on the business side. Why didn't you fight in the UFC? Well, I never got to the pro level just because of injuries. Had the skills, but just didn't. There's a lot of people. I've said this before. There's a lot of people like me. I was basically a sparring partner and a training partner for a lot of good guys. Had the skills, didn't have the physical durability, always had injuries, always had a job. Like my heyday, like again, I started so young. I should have started fighting when I was like 18. Then what happened is the sport kind of blew up and I was already kind of tied up with life. So it would always kind of be like, oh, I got to get back into the gym and try to train like I'm getting ready for a fight. And then I would always have trouble making it through a training camp. Hindsight, I should have just fought on short notice and took whatever fights I could. I would always take a fight, make it through a few weeks of training camp, and wind up fucking myself up. I was about to say Beneil Dariush is Jewish, but I think he's Christian. You know, I've trained a lot of high-level fighters, trained with a lot of high-level fighters, been a sparring partner. You know, for my own ego, I have a little list of fighters a pretty significant list of fighters that I submitted, training. But training's training. You don't talk about training. You try not to. But I was just using it, the Aljamain story, to the sense of I saw way back then that Aljamain was good on the back and was a fucking mental maniac. So the only people that ever were like, we're doing another round because I maybe got the better of them the round before was a guy named Hugh McKenna, who, if you Google him, was a durable pro who just couldn't really compete at the pro level, like was a mental head case a little bit. Really good dude, though, but in the gym, he was a killer. Him, too. He's beat many really good UFC fighters. Gregor Gillespie, who, if you guys know Gregor Gillespie, one of the most underrated guys, kind of had that fight with Kevin Lee and then kind of lost his love for it. And on top of, Gregor Gillespie was a really high-level wrestling coach, so he never needed to fight. Gregor's rich off of wrestling privates, never needed to fight. He fought for his own ego or whatever. And Aljamain, only ones that were ever like, we're doing another round. And they went with me until they fucked me up. And I was a carpenter swinging a hammer, doing my hobby. These guys were professional fighters. But I was always pretty good. I was always a very good training partner in the room and very solid. Dennis Bermudez is on the list. Gregor. I don't want to start naming them, but there's a good amount. I'm pretty sure Strickland is Jewish. I don't know about that. Seems like Jews aren't champ level. Why are you guys so against Jewish people? I don't have problems with religions or races. Do you think Aljo versus Mercer are fighting in the prelims? Yeah, that shit was total disrespect. Should have been on the pay-per-view. Should have ran that fight back even. That for a 5-round main event on a fight night would have been worth it. Islam Volk won. I thought maybe Volk could have got it. It was close though, but Islam probably stole it. And then same thing with Jones versus Gus won. Jones probably stole it at the end. No, I've never trained with McGregor. Would have been cool though. Never met McGregor either. Would have been dope. I mean, I got no problem with the Jews. I don't like Ariel Helwani. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's Jewish. There's been like 6 million comments about Jews. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I wound up on the wrong side of YouTube. Again, how many Jews are champions? I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't know much about religion. I know that the couple of fighters that are Islam or, what is it? Muslim. Mainly because they don't drink and they don't party. We love Jews, not Zionists. I don't know much about that. How many Jews are champions? Zero. I mean, could they become champion one day? Sure. I scored it for Islam, but if it was under 1FC scoring, Volk wins for sure. Yeah, if it was under Pride rules, Volk wins that fight. But again, scoring is very subjective, so it depends on how you're scoring rounds. Another crazy question. Back when you were training, were you ever afraid to submit a black training partner for fear they would overdose on fentanyl in the process and you would be charged with murder? No, I never experienced that. You're funny, though, Paul Till. They don't play sports. Who doesn't play sports? Jewish people? I think they play sports. Volk lost Holloway too. I heard a few people say it and never saw it. Yeah, I remember the one of the fights, but no, I think even he lost the first 2 rounds. Third round was questionable, and then he won 4 and 5 with wrestling. But I think it was the second fight where Volk dropped him with a punch early and then dropped him with a head kick, if I'm not mistaken. He had Volk in some trouble. But yeah, even you guys that love the Jews, do me a favor, throw me a follow. Go follow my other page, Stan the Man MMA. I'm going to start going live a lot more with things like this. Call it MMA Late Night, where we just go on and we just talk about, I guess, Jews in combat sports and upcoming fights, recap some fights. I'll definitely be live for the fights tomorrow night. Do a little recap show after. Do you think it's too late to start training in combat sports at 20? Absolutely not. 20 is a good age. You could have started younger, and that's where you're going to be at a disadvantage, especially today. There's going to be people that started when they were younger. Like when I started, this is a long time ago. I was the young kid. I was 13, 14, 15, and I was training with all grown men. There was no one else my age. The first time that there was someone else my age was when I convinced friends that I was in high school with to come train with me. That was the first time I ever had people around my age. Everyone else was always grown men. So I was always getting fucked up by guys who already trained for a couple years and were adults. And I was the kid in the room full of all men for a long time. And then the first time, so even that's a funny story that I used to have with one of my old trainers, my first trainer. I used to have to spar all guys that were better than me and were older than me and were full-grown men. So the first time I ever won rounds in sparring, if you will, where we went to Home Depot and we picked up Home Depot workers, and we were like, my coach was like, do you guys want to fight? Who wants to come and fight? And a couple of guys were like, I'm in. And these guys got in the van. They all got paid like $20, and they came to our gym, and I sparred Mexicans or whatever the fuck, Spanish Home Depot workers. Grown men. But then I saw the difference of fighting someone who's trained versus fighting someone who's not trained. So I used to fight guys that were trained and get fucked up. Then I started sparring Home Depot workers, and I used to fuck them up. One time, we actually picked up a guy who wound up knowing Taekwondo. He was a Taekwondo black belt, and he started like fucking doing his shit and like throwing. I'm like, oh shit, this guy's kind of wild. So I shot a double leg. I took this guy down, and I fucked him up on the ground. It was like the first time, because all these guys were way more skilled than me on the ground. This was the first time I ever took somebody down and was able to fuck them up on the ground. Every other time before this, I would shoot a takedown and get stuffed and wind up getting taken down myself, or just couldn't do anything to these guys that were all better than me and older than me. But I took down a Taekwondo black belt, got him right down, mounted him, and started just fucking raining down fucking punches. And then sparred a bunch of Home Depot guys. Then I'd go back to sparring good fighters. Then I had my friends come in. It was finally like guys on my level. And then I would get into altercations when I was a young kid, and it was like, this guy knows nothing. And then I realized my coach kind of Mr. Miyagi'd me. He kind of wax on, wax off me, where he was like, you're going to fight other people, and they're going to come at you like these fucking Home Depot guys. And then I'd fight people, and they would lean back. They'd come at me all wild, and I would just be tight guard, and I would just step in and fucking rock people's whole shit. And then grappling, forget about it. I was like a fucking ninja. This is 2001, 2002. Some people knew jiu-jitsu, but it wasn't like it is today. You know, the what year was the Forrest Griffin Stephen Bonner fight? It was, I think, 2005 or 2004. Like, I had already been training for years and fucking people up with my combat. But yeah, I started young. So 20 is definitely not too old. But now I did see some weird comments, but let's go back to those. I don't fear the BBCs. I once knocked out an Italian on the street. Same guy who said the BBC comments. Like, come on, bro. What are we doing here? I'm 23. I started Taekwondo at 22. I was a black belt in karate at 8. But that didn't mean I could fight. Yeah, there's some things you could take from karate and Taekwondo, but you're getting fucked up. Again, this guy was like a Taekwondo black belt, and I fucking ripped him to the floor and beat the shit out of him. And I was a kid. I was 14. He was a full-grown man. I heard Connor submitted an Irish girl in Mount. I heard that story too. Connor submitted her by intoxicating her with proper 12. I heard that too. And a little cocaine. So we got John Jones throwing combos, Dana with the Stockton, and Connor with the sub. What is the best submission hold to get your debt interest back from a Jew training partner? Probably a guillotine is the simplest. And so one of my coaches, too, went to jail at one point. He wrote me a letter, and that's what he said in the letter. He's like, if you want to know what works in the street and what shit really works, a tie clinch, a guillotine, and knees. That's what works on the average guy. They'll be completely lost. So you could put your hands up and throw wild striking and it's 50-50, you probably have an edge if you're trained. But if you grab a tie clinch or a guillotine or start throwing knees, the guy's going to be fucking clueless. You're going to land some shit. But yes, it's never too late to start. You should start Monday. Most of the great fighters started MMA late. Yeah, you see they started all different ages. A lot of them, too, you'll see like Volkanovski. A lot of people, even if they started later, they had a wrestling background before. They had some type of combat. Do you rate Salat? I don't even know what that is. Yeah, I've never even heard of Salat, so I can't rate that at all. I think it's probably ineffective. Judo definitely works on the average guy. Go watch some old school Pride fights and some UFC fights. There have been some good judo guys. Kara Parisian, Manny Gambarian was a judo guy. We could say Ronda, but she was beating up soccer moms. And then if you go watch some of the old school Pride fights, there was Yoshida, who came in. He was a judo Olympian. He used to fuck people up with judo. There's been some good shit. What's the best submission hold? Oh, I read that one. Connor's the real gooner. So BJJ is the best for random people you can't fight. Yeah, BJJ is really effective. That's why it was the winner in UFC 1, 2, 3, 4. It didn't start losing until wrestlers started learning jiu-jitsu a little bit. Judo has a lot of similarities to jiu-jitsu. Aikido's trash. Judo's legit, though. Jiu-jitsu works well against them. Yes, jiu-jitsu. Boxing's effective. I started in boxing, but then if you can find a guy who knows how to grapple, you're in trouble. I don't know what haram is. In retrospect, do you think George Floyd could breathe since he was able to repeatedly say, I can't breathe? Absolutely. Jew-tastic comment. Yes. Salat is from Indonesia. Looks beautiful and aesthetic, but there's a myth that says Salat moves are banned in MMA because it's too deadly. Yeah, that's a myth. There's no martial art. I mean, there's obviously like grabbing the throat rips and shit, I'm sure, but I always hear that. Like people say, oh, well, the military, they're trained to kill. Military, Marines, and Navy SEALs and all this shit. We used to do programs with the town in Long Island where all these guys from the Marines and all these guys from military outfits would come in and train with us. They would get fucking mauled. Absolutely fucking mauled by the most basic MMA fighters. Absolutely fucking mauled. They do not have the same level of hand-to-hand combat. There's no mystery moves where they're going to gouge your eye out, and there's dirty fighting moves where they're just going to reach your eye. They're not trained to rip your eye out and shit like that. That's all movie shit and not real. That's all MacGruber, if you've ever seen that movie. If George Floyd had jiu-jitsu, he definitely could have saved himself. I remember I was like fucking 16, and I was riding a longboard, and I went to pick up weed. And when I left the house, the cops were watching the kid's house. 2 cops pulled up in a car and fucking ran up on me. And the one cop, I hopped off my longboard and tried to run, and the one cop like ran and tried to grab me. I hooked his arm, threw in a butterfly hook, and I fucking flung the cop. Flung him. Jiu-jitsu fucking sweep. Completely flung him off of me. Was mesmerized that I did that, and I was like, oh shit. And then I got up and fucking started running. But my training took over when the cop tried to grab me. Left my longboard. I lost my longboard that day. Kept the weed, though, and I got away from the cops. But I hooked his arm, grabbed his lapel, put in a butterfly hook, and fucking rolled and fucking tossed him over my body. I was 16 years old, and I remember going back to my coach like, yo, I almost got arrested, and I ragdolled the cop. The cop might have been Jewish, yes. But I had a few instances like that where I was like, oh shit, like this shit really works. I started learning at this young age, like this fighting shit really fucking works. And when you train in some stuff and then you get your hands on someone who doesn't really train, it's you're fighting a white belt. Yes, cops definitely need to learn MMA. I had one friend who trained for years. I think he got the blue belt, maybe purple belt. He rose through the ranks very quick in the NYPD because of his jiu-jitsu training. And because at purple belt, he knew so much more than all these other cops that, like, he would stand out at all the fucking training that they would do. I think he might be like he's definitely like a captain or some shit now. He's up there. I hated people that overhyped Salat to the point where those Malaysians and Indios believe that Salat... Yeah, Bruce Lee was Jeet Kune Do. Oh, that their best Salat practice... Yeah, Bruce Lee was a faker, though, too. He wasn't real. So I wouldn't be too surprised if some other practitioner of a martial art could beat up Bruce Lee in a fight. That whole story of Bruce Lee being a badass is like a Hollywood fictitious story. Like, I think Jason Statham or Paul Walker or a lot of people that actually practice effective martial arts today would have probably fucked Bruce Lee up. Do you know that tubby guy with Pajeda is an open Freemason? Who? Polino? Why is butt naked MMA banned, especially for women? Are we going backwards or not? It's legal somewhere. They do it. I've seen it on my porn feed. Do you know Pajeda did adult movies before he was in K1 kickboxing? I do not know that. I did not know that. But we're getting to the end now. I'm going to wrap this thing up. The comments getting a little bit too out there for me. I would love to sit here and answer them all night, but if we're not talking about actual fighting, I might as well get some sleep, place some bets for tomorrow. You can find his videos. I don't know whose videos you're talking about. I'm not trying to watch Alex Pajeda porn videos. But again, please throw me some likes. Throw me some subscribes. Leave some comments on the video. Go follow my other channel, Stan the Man MMA. I appreciate you guys for joining, even the guys who are sitting here asking weird questions. What do you think the chances of Aspinall Jones happening? 50-50. You're the man, Jay Slice. Always happy that you come and check in on me and chill with me. As you see, we're slowly gonna keep climbing up our numbers, even though we're getting a lot of the Jew-tube in here, a lot of jiu-jitsu practitioners. But again, fuck Ariel Helwani. Guy's a piece of shit. You're the man, Amazing Gamer. Thank you for joining us. I'll definitely be on tomorrow. Hopefully you guys join in. What about? Oh, someone asked a question about John Jones over here. Oh, well, the Jew talk, I have no idea. You know, I feel like there's a problem in America or in the world where people just hate on Jews. I don't hate on anybody. Whatever religion you want to be a Buddhist, be a Buddhist. You want to be a Muslim, be a Muslim. You want to be Jewish, be a Jew. Let's just do it and all have a good time. Thank you, Amazing Gamer. Hope you have a great day as well. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow for the fights. Hopefully everyone has a good Saturday. We got some good fights. UK here. Yeah, you can't hate on people because then you're putting out bad energy into the world. All right, Jay Slice, you're the man. I'll see you next time. So everybody, have a good day. Have a good Saturday. And I'll see you guys tomorrow night for the fights. Again, Stan the Man MMA. Throw me a follow on this channel. I appreciate you guys. Much love. Well, see you later.